Morning, everyone. I hope I hear an echo. Trying to, okay. Test, okay. All right, members, staff, and members of the public, aloha. This special council meeting and public hearing of November 20, 2025 will now come to order. Ms. Clerk, please proceed with roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proceeding with roll call. Members participating from non-public locations should state who, if anyone, except minors, is present with them as part of roll call. Vice Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Good morning.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aloha kakaya kakako.
Councilmember Gay Johnson.
Morning, Chair, council members, community members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office. Mahalo.
Councilmember Keani Rollins Fernandez.
Excused.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha, good morning. There's currently no testifiers in Kihei.
Councilmember Nohelani U'uhajans.
Aloha and good morning, everyone.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha kakayaka. No testifiers in Hana, Chair. Thank you.
And Council Chair Alice Lee.
Here.
Chair, there are 7 members present, 1 excused. A quorum is present to conduct the business of the council. For the record, I'm the Deputy County Clerk, Rochelle Thompson, and next to me is the County Clerk, Moana Ludi. Also present from the office of the County Clerk are the Legislative Division staff, Joyce Murashige, Lauren Saldana, Arthur Suyama, and Chris Minford. Assisting the council with maintaining order and decorum is Council Ambassador Ryan Martins. Joining the meeting from the Office of the Corporation Counsel is First Deputy Mimi Desjardins, and from Council Services is Director David Rotz and Legislative Attorney Peter Hanano.
Thank you. And before I go over the instructions, I just want to say good morning and aloha to a former councilwoman from Molokai, Stacy Crivello. Aloha. Aloha. Before we proceed with today's agenda, may I please request that everyone keep their microphones muted unless it's your turn to speak. As a reminder, testimony must pertain to the items on the meeting agenda. Today's meeting is for the purpose of considering the 3 nominees who applied by November 10th, 2025, which was the deadline, to fill the remainder of the 2027 council term for the Kahului residency seat held by our esteemed colleague, friend, Tasha Kama. As a reminder, when testifying, please direct your remarks to the council and not to any individual council member or member of the public. Each testifier will be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes on each item. For individuals wishing to testify on Teams, please click the Raise Your Hand button to be added to the testifier log. If you are calling in, please follow the phone prompts to be added to the log. If you wish to testify anonymously, please sign in as anonymous and you will be given a testifier number. Decorum shall be maintained at all times. Any person who behaves in a manner that disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of any council meeting can, at the discretion of the presiding officer or a majority of present council members, be ejected or banned from council meetings, or, if participating remotely, muted or dropped from the meeting. Examples of disruptive behavior include, but are not limited to, heckling, shouting, use of profanity, threatening or slanderous remarks made to any member of the council, staff, or general public. All meeting attendees, whether online or in person, are expected to wear clothing which should not display profanity, obscenity, or any message that could be considered discriminatory, harassing, or inappropriate for these proceedings. All meeting attendees, whether online or in person, are expected to wear, I'd said that already. My intention for today's meeting is to provide the public the opportunity to offer their views on the nominees, and following that, we will have introductory remarks by each nominee. and followed by 2 rounds of questioning of the nominees by the council members. We will interview the nominees in the order listed on today's agenda, which is the order which we received the applications. I plan to recess the meeting to 9 a.m. on Tuesday, November 25th. And at that time, we will, what's agendized is the selection of the nominee, one nominee. Ms. Clerk, please proceed.
Chair, at this time, we'll proceed with accepting testimony at the beginning of the meeting on any of the resolutions listed on today's agenda. Our first testifier is Evan Dust, testifying on Resolution 25-208, to be followed by John Pele.
Good morning, Chair Lee, Vice Chair Sugimura, council members. For the record, my name is Evan Dust. I am testifying as an individual and on my own time. I promised my mother-in-law, Tasha Kama, that I would do everything humanly possible to see that her dying wish was fulfilled. She asked me in her final days to reach out to Kanoe Batangan to finalize a conversation that they had had several times over the past year. They first talked to see if he was willing to run for the Kaului residency seat in the 2028 election after she completed her final term of office. Later, when she had the idea that she may not run in the 2026 election, and finally, when she sent me as her representative to ask with a very heavy heart if he would be willing to fulfill this term in office. I am thankful that he agreed to be considered. Members of the council, the charter asks you to select a replacement council member within 30 days of the vacancy in the office. The decision at this time is yours. If you fail to reach a majority, Mayor Bisson will be responsible for that decision. I believe there are some on this council and in the community who would like to use this as an opportunity to dramatically shift the political balance of this body. In my opinion, that would be contrary to the choices that the majority of voters made in 2024. To those who want to do that, you are entitled to that opinion. And the voters of this county are entitled to remember that choice at the polls in 2026. I believe doing so would be a visible dishonor to the memory of your late colleague. I respectfully ask you to consider your choices and to make the decision that brings honor to this body, a decision that reflects the love she had for each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any clarifying questions? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Dust.
Chair, the next testifier is John Pele, and he will be followed by Rick Nava.
Oh, shucks. Sorry, how I moved now. Aloha, good morning, Chair Lee,
Morning.
Vice Chair Sugimura, and council members. My name is John Pele, resident of Maui County, here testifying, representing myself. And I would like to testify on Resolution 25-208, appointing Kelson Kanoe Batangan to fill the vacancy of the council for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 term. And please, as I share my story, this is not a disrespect on any other candidates. I have the utmost respect for anybody who wants to step up and serve this community, as you all have. And I have utmost respect for what you guys do. And I can't speak to what you guys do on a daily basis, but what I can speak about, a little bit of experience, is what it took for you guys to sit in the seats that you guys are sitting in today. I have a little bit of experience with that. You know, knocking on thousands of doors, talking to thousands of people, everyone asking those 3 words that we all heard thousands of times. What's your platform? Why are you running? Those are the words that we all heard time and time again, and we shared our story. We shared our values, we shared our beliefs, we shared what we were going to do for this community. And Auntie Tasha shared that in 2018, 20, 22, and 24. And it was the will of the people, the will of this community that put her in the seat to represent. And we were blessed. We were blessed that she took the time to vet her replacement to carry on her values and her beliefs, and that is Kanoe Batangan. And that's the only thing that, in my personal opinion, matters in this case, right? In 2026, November, the voters will speak again. You know, it's funny, I struggled a little bit with politics because growing up on Molokai, I grew up in a community where we were taught respect, values, compassion, and always taught that kindness was not our weakness, but kindness was our biggest strength, right? And the world of politics can sometimes be win at all cost, right? Take no prisoners. So it was a little bit tough adjustment for me. But that being said, what's great today is you guys have the opportunity we've fought so hard as a community to protect who we are as a people, right? Our culture, our community from outside forces. And you guys have the opportunity to not only honor Auntie Tasha's legacy, but honor the will of the people who placed her in the seat, as they placed each and every one of you in seats with their voice. So that's all I have to say. Thank you guys for your time. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Mr. Pele, any questions? Clarifying questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Rick Nava, to be followed by William Spence.
Good morning, Council Chair Lee, Vice Chair Sugimura, and members of the Maui County Council. My name is Rick Nava, Executive Director of the West Maui Taxpayers Association and a proud resident of Lahaina. I am here today on behalf of our members to express our strong support for Mr. Kanoe Batangan to complete the terms of our late council member, Tasha Kama. I believe Council Member Kama personally selected Mr. Batangan as the individual she wished to carry on the work. Honoring her choice is not only respectful, but wise. She knew the kind of leadership Maui would need, and she saw it in Mr. Batangan. I have known Mr. Batangan since he first ran for office in 2018. Over the years, I have watched him demonstrate integrity, commitment, and deep understanding of the needs of the community. Today, he serves as the Executive Director of the Maui Metropolitan Planning Organization, where he plays a vital role shaping up transportation and planning future. Prior to that, he served as the County Deputy Director of the Department of Transportation. Following the devastating Maui wildfire, Mr. Batangan stepped once again, this time as the Recovery Support Function Coordinator in the County of Office Recovery. In that role, he helped bring together federal, state, county, nonprofit partners to ensure our community receive critical healthcare and social services during this most difficult time. I know this because I also lost a home in Lahaina. His academic achievements are equally impressive. Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Stanford University, Master of Public Administration from Columbia University, and Master of Public Policy from the University of Tokyo. He is also an Ali'i Royal Order of Kamehameha I and founder of the Daniel Akaka Congressional Fellowship, a program dedicated to cultivating Native Hawaiian leadership. These are not just titles. They represent a lifelong commitment to public service, cultural stewardship, and responsible leadership. Mr. Batangan's background, experience, and education uniquely qualify him to serve the people of Maui County at this crucial moment. He is ready, he is capable, and he has already shown his dedication to our community. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the council to appoint Colonel Batangan to fulfill the remainder of council member Tasha Kama. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Members, any clarifying questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is William Spence, and he will be followed by Olena Alec.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. My name is William Spence. I'm testifying today on Resolution 25208. And in my testimony, I want to make it very clear that I'm not saying anything negative about any of the other candidates. I too have a lot of respect for anybody, all 9 of you, to stand up and take public office. First, I'll say I was very saddened at the loss of Tasha Kama and her service to this community. I hope the council honors her dying wish to appoint Kaunoi to her vacant seat. And I'll just tell you my personal experience with him. When I was representing one of the larger landowners in Hana, the owners of the hotel, and he was conducting the Hana pathway study. And I went and spoke to him about that. What are going to be the requirements on my client and all this, and just the professionalism in which he approached it and the technical knowledge that he brought with it. You know, this isn't a big project, but just his knowledge of everything that's going on in Hana, his knowledge of the needs of the community, the knowledge and how the large landowners interact with the community. I was super impressed. That kind of detail, that kind of intimate knowledge of what's going on, you know, with your project can only be a benefit to the council. He's a planner, so I am biased. You know, those kinds of skills, the kind of technical knowledge that comes with state law, with environmental assessments, with all that, SMA, et cetera, could only be a benefit to this council. So I pray you vote for Kaunoi, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions, members? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Olena Alec, and she will be followed by Stacy Helm Crivello.
Aloha mai kako. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Council. As others have stated, my testimony is in no way a deflection against the other options. I think everyone is just wonderful, but I am here to speak on behalf of Kaunoi Batangan. I got to know him through the Ka'ipu Kukui Fellows Program. So that was a few years ago, and the program, if you haven't heard of it, is meant to support and uplift the current and future leaders of Maui County. And my cohort was exceptional, and Kaunoi was absolutely a huge part of that cohort. Throughout the program, we're tossed in front of a lot of people in a lot of situations, and he always acted with utmost respect, with professionalism, and he was always very thoughtful and willing to both share his perspective and ask for advice when needed. So I think he would be just a lovely representation on this council and a lovely representation of what Councilmember Kama wanted. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Stacy Helm Crivello, to be followed by Karen Smart.
Aloha mai kako. Chair and council members, mahalo nui for allowing me this time today. My name is Stacy Helm Crivello, and I am a forever resident of Molokai. I come before you with kaha'aha and with ke aloha nui. to express my strong support for your appointing of Mr. Ka'anoi Batangan to the council seat left by our beloved council member, Tasha Kama. First, I really want to honor our beloved council member, Tasha Kama, a woman who embodied compassion, humility, and steadfast service. We all know her passing created a significant void in the hearts of our people across the islands. She led with pono, guided by what was just and grounded in love for her community. We all know that. And because of that, I believe the decision before you is one filled with deep kuleana. You folks have a heavy choice to make. And this is why I believe the decision before you should be someone who understands kana'u o ka'ina, the heartbeat of our people, and leads with aloha, humility, and integrity. For me, that person is Ka'anoi Batangan. My support comes not only witnessing Ka'anoi's professionalism, but from Ike Pilina, the personal knowing that comes from seeing the character of a person up close. I have been blessed to know Ka'anoi and his lovely wife, Maggie. They carry sincerity, humility, and aloha in everything that they do. However, there is one part of Ka'anoi's story that to me means deeply to who Ka'anoi is as a Kanaka. It is the path he chose after completing his education and his work in Washington, D.C. with the late U.S. Senator Daniel Akaka. Instead of pursuing a career on the continent, he made the decision to come home, return to Maui, to care for his beloved kupuna, his tutu wahine, his grandmother. He cared for her until her passing. E hana aloha kila, an act of profound love and kuleana. It tells you everything you need to know about his values, his priorities, and the depth of his commitment to family and community. Leaders who live their values in private, those are the leaders we can trust in public. Ka'anoi brings strong policy knowledge, we all know that. But what stands most for me is what is in his heart. He listens deeply. He approaches our challenges with patience, respect, and a genuine desire to understand. His leadership is guided in values, not ego. As someone like me from Molokai, Ku'aina, I also appreciate leaders who truly see all of Maui County. Na mokupuni apo. Ka'anoi has always shown good understanding and respect for Molokai and Lanai, knowing that our experiences matter and deserve to be uplifted. I believe Ka'anoi will honor council members' legacy, not by filling her shoes, because no one can, we know that, but by walking forward with the same aloha and ha'a and dedication she embodied. So with a full heart, I humbly ask that you select Ka'anoi Batangan, not to take anything away from the other nominees, but I believe he is ready, he is grounded, and he will serve all of Maui County with integrity, pa'a, and the most important ingredient, with aloha. Mahalo nui for your time and consideration, and mahalo for your work, always. Mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? If not, good to see you. Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Karen Smart, to be followed by Bailey Spry.
Aloha Chair, aloha Council. I kind of made a bunch of corrections, so this might be a little choppy, but my name is Karen Smart, and I just wanted to say that I hope that you honor Tasha Kama's last wishes. Bantakan is the only clear choice to fill Tasha Kama's seat on the council. Bantakan was nominated by Tasha Kama. Let's honor Kama's last wish. Kama's vote was a no vote anyway, so why can't we just cast her vote, or at the very least honor her final living request to fill her council seat with Bantakan? Tasha Kama cared so deeply for our community that on her deathbed, she used her last breaths to request nominate Bantakan as her replacement. If her last wish request does not happen, then the ones who voted against her requested candidate will have to live with that karma. For over 2 years, Bill 9 has been in discussion and has evolved in various ways. Anyone who fills this seat must need to have followed the Bill 9 the entire 2 years, as there is no time to fill in a new council member on everything from the last 2 years within the November 25th to the first reading of Bill 9 on December 1st. That's just too short of time. So I know you're going to keep that in mind. I just want to mention it. Bantakan has a lot of experience. As the others have said, he's managed the County of Maui Office of Recovery after the Maui fires, overseeing healthcare and social services. Also, one other comment, voting on the deadline date is, in my opinion, very irresponsible and unnecessary. Rollins can vote from where she is or postpone her vacation if it's that important to her to be there for the vote. This is too important for the residents of Maui to postpone the vote to the very last date to accommodate one person who can vote via Zoom. Anything can happen, and then the mayor gets to decide whom is biased, and it's his bill the new council member will be voting for. So those are my comments, and thank you.
Thank you, members. Questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Bailey Spry, to be followed by Jackie Keefe.
Aloha, Chair and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on Resolution 25-208. My name is Bailey Spry. I am an East Maui resident, offering testimony in strong support of Kaunoe Budhungan for appointment to the County Council. Kaunoe and I were in the 2024 Kaipukukui Fellows cohort, and throughout this fellowship, I learned of Kaunoe's deep love for the people of Maui Nui, as well as his ability to listen well, respond thoughtfully and honestly, and communicate very effectively. As an experienced public servant, I see Kaunoe as well-positioned to serve this kahului seat with discernment and humility, as well as his capacity to find common ground and navigate differing views with aloha. Thank you for considering his appointment. I respectfully ask for the council's support of Kaunoe. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Jackie Keefe, to be followed by Xandra Amaral Kraus.
Aloha, kakahiaka, everyone. My name is Jackie Keefe, and I'm testifying regarding the appointment to the open council seat. First, regarding Resolution 25-209, appointing Auntie Carol. She is an accessible and trusted community advocate for Kanaka Maoli and for our houseless Ohana, one of the fastest growing and most vulnerable populations on Maui. She shows up consistently, not only in meeting rooms, but out in the community where the impacts of our policies are felt every day. She also recently ran for this exact seat. While she did not win, the kahului race was not decided with a majority. No candidate secured over 50% of the vote. Appointing someone who already demonstrated strong community support and who continues to be visible, present, and accountable would honor the will of the voters and increase community trust in this process. Regarding Resolution 25-210, appointing Uncle Leo, I want to acknowledge the potential benefits of his appointment. At 81 years old, he is unlikely to hold the seat for multiple future terms, meaning this appointment would not automatically create a long-term incumbent. Additionally, we have a large Filipino community on Maui, and seeing representation at the council level could help strengthen civic engagement, build trust, and encourage political participation among the significant portion of our population. I see community engagement as one of the most important pieces of a successful government, and I've been told that Uncle Leo always shows up. This is a trait that Maui County residents deserve. Representation matters, and Uncle Leo's appointment would mean a lot to our fellow Filipino community members. Regarding the resolution appointing Kaunoe Batangan, I am respectfully opposed to this appointment. While he is clearly educated and has government experience, I'm concerned by his lack of accessibility. The community has repeatedly expressed their desire to learn more about him, and he has made no effort to be more accessible. Some of our Maui community members, who I deeply respect for their steadfast dedication to the betterment of our community, know nothing about him, and that unsettles me. They are the people I know who are most entrenched in the work of advocating for a better Maui County and have been for decades, so why don't they know more about him? Additionally, we have seen changes made to his resume after discussions began about appointing him to this seat. That alone raises questions about transparency and readiness. When we try to learn about him online, it's difficult to understand how he would govern. What is clear is that his appointment is being pushed by the pro-development wing of the council, which does not reassure the communities who have been asking for representation that truly listens to the people. I am buoyed to hear these positive testimonies about him, but I say this with great respect. Personal wishes, even those shared at the end of a life, should not determine who serves on our county council. Representation must be grounded in community input and democratic principles, not private conversations that the broader community had no opportunity to participate in. Mahalo.
Questions, members? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Zandra Amaral Kraus, to be followed by Jack Dowling.
Aloha kakaiaka, council members, Alice, council chair, Yuki, Tom, all of you. I stand before you, like all of you, with a heavy heart. I've known Tasha for many, many, many years. I remember sitting with her in our all-faith group that was started for affordable housing, sitting around tables of houses, somebody's house or a cafeteria or any place that we could sit and talk story with many, many ministers of many, many churches right here on Maui. I do know that I'm here, by the way, to testify on Bill 25208. I'm sorry. My name is Zandra Amaral Kraus for Kelson. The reason why I think, and I say I think because I never asked her why, she really was wanting Kelson to fill her seat, is because he shares the values that I have seen for the past 35 years that I've known, and more, that I have known Tasha. I am very grateful to everyone who put their name in and stood to fill such a seat. Tasha's shoes can never be filled, and all of you know that. But it should be filled with someone who can carry on her spirit of her loyalty to the people of Maui Nui, Maui Molokai Lanai, and as well as her loyalty to housing here on Maui. Tasha did not like big, lavish developments, but she was wise enough to know that without the developers, there would be no affordable homes. She was wise enough to know that it takes the larger community of the larger homes to make it possible for someone like me and someone like Tasha to sit on Hawaiian homeland. I do not envy your decision, but I humbly ask that you fulfill the calling for Kelson, not because Tasha recommended him, but because he fills her heart. He believes what she believes. He fought for and continued to fight for what he believes in. And I really like to say also, congratulations to...
Excuse me, could we have some quiet in the audience?
Thank
And can you conclude?
Sure. Thank you, Council Chair. I humbly ask, guys, it's not easy. And as I was saying in conclusion, do not vote for Kelson because Tasha recommended him. Again, vote for him because he believes he is a walking, talking testimony of what Tasha stood for. And I am grateful for the young generation stepping forward and coming home.
Thank you.
Mahalo nui. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Jack Dowling, to be followed by Lori Lay Digama.
Good morning, Council Chair, Council members. My name is Jack Dowling, and I'm here to testify in strong support of Resolution 25-208, entitled Appointing Kelson Kauanoe Batongan to fill the vacancy of the council for the remainder of 2025 through 2027. Similar to Elena and Bailey, I had the privilege of being part of the same Kaipu Kukui cohort as Kauanoe. I've come to know him as a person of deep integrity, humility, and commitment to serve. Kauanoe is dedicated to public service and the long-term well-being of our island. He is incredibly capable, well-educated, grounded, and deeply experienced. His journey going from Kamehameha School's Maui to Stanford to Columbia and University of Tokyo's School of Public Policies reflects both a deep sense of commitment and understanding of the power of public policy to enact change. He is the kind of success story you root for. Someone with deep roots on Maui, who excelled at every level in competitive environments, and who chose to return home to serve the community. Someone of his caliber, who understands how to navigate the real tensions Maui faces between honoring our history and cultural values while making policy decisions that move the community forward, is exactly who you would hope would step up at a time of pressing need. Professionally, Kauanoe is experienced at every level of government. He has worked in Washington, D.C., as others have mentioned, with Senator Akaka, and he has also served at the county level, giving him direct familiarity with the systems, challenges, and responsibilities facing this body. In his current role, he continues to work on policy that directly impacts our community. This blend of federal, county, and local experience uniquely equips him to navigate the difficult decisions ahead. What stands out most to me is his clear set of values and strong principles. I trust Kauanoe to do what is right for Maui, even when it is difficult, and at a time when Maui is undergoing profound transition, bringing forward the next generation of leaders rooted in community and prepared for the complexities of today's challenges is essential. In my mind, Kauanoe represents that voice. And the fact that Councilmember Kama personally asked Kauanoe to carry her torch and continue her legacy speaks to the depth of trust and belief that she had in him. For all these reasons, I strongly believe Kauanoe is the best candidate to continue her legacy and serve the community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Lori Lay Digama, to be followed by Paul Delorier.
This is a first for me. Aloha and good morning. My name is Lorilei Digama, and I am here to testify on behalf of Kaunoe Batangan. I am a Lahaina survivor, PTSA president, business owner, and highly involved Lahaina community member. The first question I asked Kaunoe was, "Do you want the job?" He replied, "Yes," very confidently. I thought, wow, okay, he really wants this position, not by just a wish. Honestly, I haven't known Kaunoe long. I met him a few months after the August 8th Lahaina wildfires through my RSF, Recovery Support Function for Health and Social Services, assigned to me from the mayor as part of my role on his Lahaina Mayor's Advisory Team. Kaunoe was the chosen one from the county to have this RSF added to his regular job. He coordinated these meetings with federal, state, county, nonprofit partners, and then had to manage me, the unfiltered survivor from Lahaina who had many concerns and questions for my community as we were surviving. He should be selected because of this alone. He was always diplomatic. He wasn't reactive, and a very good listener. His compassion at a time of high energy, trauma, the unknown, and all the questions were not unnoticed by me. As we met every week, I felt Kaunoe was also very well organized. He comes from transportation, so I feel he sees and understands Maui's challenges. He can see the bigger picture and is receptive to criticism, ideas, and problem solving to try and get the solution or people to make it happen. This was my work experience with Kaunoe, and this is what I have to testify in my time of working with him. If selected, I know you will listen to the community. I hope you will represent them, engage with them, and be a strong advocate. I wish you the very best on whatever your path in life may be. I am honored you asked me to testify on your behalf. And remember the question I asked you. Should you get this seat, you said yes to representing the people of this community to help make Maui a better place. I appreciate all of your work you do. It is not an easy job, and it does not always come with grace or respect. Rest in peace, Tasha Kama. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Members' questions. We have one from Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lorilei Digama. I just was wondering your support. Is it with the understanding that he's going to continue on his current job or not continue on his current job and just do this job?
I was unaware of that. I still believe he would be able to accomplish this role should he fill the seat.
With doing both jobs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I do many hats, and I'm able to juggle a lot, and I believe he will be able to juggle until he can permanently maybe go off to just doing this seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Paul Delorier, and he'll be followed by Ann Picaithley.
Again?
Aloha, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Paul Deloria, and aloha, all council members. I am testifying for 25209 in support of Carol Lee Kamakona. I have known Carol Lee for the last 5 years, and I have seen her consistently support our community and our environment. I have seen her and listened to her platforms on many occasions, and I have seen that she has the values that we truly need in moving forward. She is a true representative of our community and the needs that we have. So I am a support for her, and I hope you consider that, again, she's been consistently going for this council seat. She was runner-up. Our community has consistently shown support for her in many different ways. So again, I think that her selection would really help us move forward in a positive way with representation that supports our community and the needs that we have. Mahalo.
Questions, members? If not, may we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Ann Picaithley, and she'll be followed by Kilamau Tingan.
Aloha, my name is Ann Caithley. Good morning, all. I'm testifying for Resolution 25-209 for Carol Lee Kamakona. I'm in strong support of Carol Lee Kamakona. I've known her for very many years, and I don't know any of these other candidates. I don't know their platforms. They're unknowns to me. But Carol Lee Kamakona, I don't know anybody who has been more engaged with local politics. She has been present and active and visible, not invisible, in many council meetings and committee meetings. And she does not accept money from big money interests. And I wish more candidates were like that. She believes in a diversified economy, knowing that our Maui community remains vulnerable to economic shocks, and that we must start small businesses and invest in workforce development to diversify our economy. She prioritizes affordable housing, recognizing that 25% of our housing inventory is owned by non-residents. We have to prioritize local residents, building more affordable housing, even developing tiny home ordinance and addressing the economics that popularize non-resident ownership of local housing stock. She believes in cultural preservation with Maui's unique culture, ecology, and history. They're presently endangered and have slowly diminished from overdevelopment and over-tourism. So to conclude, I strongly support Carol Lee Kamakona. As I said, I don't know anybody who's been more active, visible, and who has attended council and committee meetings. And I don't know any of these other candidates. I regularly watch council meetings and committee meetings, and I've never seen them. So I don't know anything about them, but I am in strong support of Carol Lee Kamakona. Thank you.
Members, any questions? If not, thank you.
Oh, I forgot to say too, another priority and value of hers is sustainable agriculture. There's not enough being done about that, and we risk a loss of or a lack of shipping issues. And we have the most amazing land for year-round growing, and we face food insecurity. So she's in strong support of replenishing the INA. Thank you.
Questions, members? If not, next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Keola Mauatengan, to be followed by Brialyn O.
How many more testifiers do we have?
6. Okay. Keola Mauatengan.
Aloha, Chair and council members. Mahalo for the time to testify in support of 25-209 for Carol Lee Kamakona. I met Auntie Carol, as she is affectionately called, years back, and it has been my experience that she really shows up for community and in community. Has been anytime we have a gathering to discuss anything from advocacy to things related to local regenerative agriculture, to our housing crises, to whatever. I have often seen Auntie Carol there. She's able to make it, she is there. And I think that that is an important thing for us to really not just honor, but to look for in those who are not just representing the interests of our community, but who are actually participating and showing up. And that for me has been the single most impressive thing that continues to be my experience ever since 2018 of Auntie Carol. She is someone who is a strong advocate, who takes a stand for community, and who continues to show up in any way possible, from lending a tent to me years back so I could facilitate food distribution, to showing up to meetings, to continually testifying in support of different issues. I feel like that level of strength, connection to community, and willingness to really show up are all things that will help to really distinguish and differentiate herself within everything that she has done and moving forward into being a wonderful representative for our community at large. Mahalo.
Thank you, members. Questions? If not, may we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Breland O., followed by James Langford.
Aloha, Chair and council members. My name is Brylan Onodera. I am a resident of Pukalani, and I'm here as an individual to express my strong support for Resolution 25208, appointing Kaunoi Botangan to fill the vacancy for the council for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 term. I believe that Kaunoi's record of public service makes him an excellent candidate for this. I had the privilege of meeting him when we were in the same Ka'ipukukui program cohort, just like several of the testifiers that have spoken already. And throughout our time on the program, as we learned about aspects of governance, water, infrastructure, and more, he has always shown deep insight on these topics and how they relate to Maui Nui. I am confident that Kauno'i possesses the professionalism, awareness, compassion, and expertise to represent our community, while maintaining the humility that is needed to listen and learn when necessary. He is an exemplary Maui citizen, and I know that the insight he has gained locally, nationally, and even internationally would benefit the council well. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you. May we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, the next testifier is James Langford, to be followed by Junior Nakoa.
Aloha, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm James Langford. I live up in Kula, a wildfire survivor. I ran a risk assessment on each of the folks, and they're all amazing. We're in a high fraud and risk situation politically in our country and financially. So, long story less long, I believe Carol Lee comes out, so that would be in support of 25, the 09, as the lowest risk for our community and for you folks. I love the young brother and mabuhay to uncle, but Kano, we need him in transportation. Like, for example, we got half a highway for twice the cost. I wonder if no one would have died if that highway was done. So, like, having him in there allows us to have full audit and full accountability of post-wildfire. And I think his integrity is best served there and not split, giving you guys halftime. And that just sounds complicated. Another way to look at risk assessment is the amount of people that voted for Carol. The tax, vote per tax dollar is better for you guys risk assessment wise with Carol Lee. So I would suggest from a risk evaluation standpoint, all across the board, that seems to be best for you folks as a council and our community at large as far as momentum. And we never can replace the soul of Tasha. Suggesting that a man could is a little different to me. But so that's just a personal reason why I think like Carol would be better suited spirit to spirit wise. So aloha to you all. So I feel the light coming into all your lives, and I can't wait for things to get better each day. It's going to be a good Christmas, everybody. God bless you all.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Junior Nakoa, and he'll be followed by Rose Riley.
Oh, you can hear me?
Excuse me, Mr. Nakoa, we're going to come back to you, and we'll put you as an attendee since you're not wearing clothing.
What the hell? How much time do I do this? He's at home. Oh, Jesus.
Rose Riley, to be followed by the caller with the extension 5012.
Laws are created in the minds of men,
Justice is something we feel in our hearts. Decisions made in these chambers affect everyone and everything in Maui County. The decisions to embrace the heritage of cultural knowledge that is this Aina has borne, cultivated, and perpetuated for millennia. Or conversely, the short-sighted greed of an experimental society, the kind of greed based in fantasy water supplies, fantasy responsibilities, and fiat currencies. When I first met Carol Lee, I heard she was running for county council. I looked to Haleakala, and she extended her arms in clouds to embrace her. Since then, I have stood with her to protect land, water, community, EV, heritage, and housing. In meetings, forums, committees, interviews, outreach, and court, she's repeatedly shown her capacity for flexibility with new information while maintaining integrity, needs for assessment, and balancing compassion for all. With decades of military service while raising 8 children, Carol Lee understands time and resource and management for groups firsthand. She's given us a platform we can stand behind and a documented legacy of caring for community. It seems most fair to me that a candidate backed by this community is the most fair choice. We originally campaigned for Carol during COVID, and I still managed to come up very close to winning that election. I absolutely do not consent to the appointment of Kaunoi, of the man who tried to avoid accountability for the injection wells that I personally cried about for years, having to rally community support, finally having our own private testing to prove the pollution failures, and then face a gauntlet of obstacles for action to address the egregious mismanagement, allowing our community members to die from simple reef cuts now infected with MRSA coming out of hotel sewage. A man being offered forward by the very people acting as if their actions weren't responsible for allowing Lahaina to burn down, giving us a man who can't even fully commit to this position, which takes so much time. While we carry a voice of unity as Aloha Aina, business as usual seeks to silence that voice to keep status quo and avoid any pains of change or accountability for their responsibilities. I implore this council to stand with the community and vote for the community choice, Carol Lee. I do not budge any consideration of someone who's shown zero consideration for us. Peace is not the absence of war, but the presence of justice. And to business as usual, the H factor is now the hui. We're united international, and the jig is up.
Chair, the next testifier is the caller.
We have one question. Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious. So this
Clarifying question.
Well, basically what she said, right? She sounds like she thinks that Kaunoi is running for the mayor because he would be in charge of injection wells and all these.
He was working.
Let me finish my question.
Was it?
The items that you're bringing up, which you're saying is his responsibility, is greater than I think a deputy director for transportation would do. And be in charge of your insinuations. So where did you get that from?
So he wasn't involved in blocking us from having the injection wells go to being taken care of, but instead pushed it to go to court so that the state would deal with it?
No.
No, that wasn't him?
No. A lot of things you're saying, I'm not sure where you got it from, but that's all I have. That was nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is calling in from the phone ending in 5012, and then we'll go back to Junior Nakua.
Again, repeat.
The caller calling in with the extension 5012. It's your turn to unmute and testify. Press *6 to unmute. Chair, seeing no response, we'll go to Junior Nakua. Mr. Nakua, please go ahead.
Okay, first thing first, I testified plenty times without my shirt on. It's the first time you guys bring them up. Oh my Lord. Okay, so funny. Every time you get a new rule. Okay, wait, just a clarification before you stop my 3 minutes. What if my grandson come climb on my stomach and he no more shirt? You guys gonna cancel my testimony? Just checking.
Only the testifiers, and we did mention it at the beginning of the meeting.
I came on late. I don't come in from the beginning.
Okay.
Okay, my bad. Freaking every time I tell you. Okay. Hold on, buddy. Gotta deal with this stuff, okay? Started my 3 minutes, yeah. The 09, I ain't support of anti-Carol Lee, okay? Hold on, 110. And you're plenty other people who would support her, okay? But they don't have time like me. I get time. I can watch my grandson. I can come away and testify and be the voice of my people. And then, what you call? I know Auntie Carol Lee. Okay? I see them at the houseless activities. I see them at the water committee meetings. I see her at all the meetings. Is other brother. I don't know. I forget his name already. I got pumped up. I don't know who he is. Okay? I don't know who that bugger. I wish I knew the guy so I could at least say something about him, good or bad. But I don't know who the guy. Just what I learned in a short time. He is helping with the recovery. He is with transportation. Okay? I hope you guys not gonna weaken those two things that he's working hard on right now. Okay, that we don't go backwards. Okay, we're not going to go backwards. Lahaina finally going forward. Okay? The mayor is actually making us go forward. Okay, I was mad at the guy in the beginning, but it's going forward. So why we gonna take this brother out of this place where he's actually helping Lahaina people, helping everybody go forward, helping our transportation? He's doing such a great job, guys, and mentioned earlier. Why we gonna weaken our county now and put him into this position that I know Auntie Carol Lee can do? Okay, you're not taking her out of anything on main department or something going to help us because now you're going to weaken the recovery of Lahaina, because you're going to put them into this position, which is the council. And I love Lori Lay, but I don't think this brother can do two of these jobs. Yeah, we especially if he's going to take over the housing. This is very, very crucial. One more year I only get. We need everybody who's ready for goal. Hit the ground running and running. Not wear two hats. This one needs to wear one hat. One hat right now. Pay attention, gang. And that's what I'm trying to say.
Time.
I think that's what a lot of us guys are saying. And we're not dummies either. I've been involved with this thing forever. Okay? We're not going to end up being 4-4. Now you guys just waste all our time. Bill 9 not going to be heard to December 1st because of this. Okay? Then the mayor going to make the decision. So we should have just went straight to the mayor. No waste our time. This is part of you guys' stall tactics. And tired. Lahaina people tired. Please don't take this brother away from helping the recovery. And then make this, and then he got to come into his seat. And we all don't know. And the thing is, the brother better be ready because I'm going to, hey, he better not come in. Oh, I don't know. I haven't been in this seat. Oh, I don't know nothing. Because he's going to catch some questions from me.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Members, do you have any questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, we'll just give another call to the testifier calling in with extension 5012. If you wish to testify, you can unmute on your end. That's *6. Chair saying no response. We'll move to the next testifier is Michelle Del Rosario, and she'll be followed by Leslie Matthews.
Okay, after Ms. Del Rosario, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, council members. Please excuse my voice. It's a little hoarse this morning. I'm here to testify this morning in strong support of Bill 25-209 in support of Carol Lee Kamakona as appointment to the vacant seat of our former council member, Tasha Kama. I support Carol Lee because Carol Lee is well known in this community of Kahului. She ran for this seat not once, not twice, but 3 times. Each time with growing support. She had large support in the last election 1 year ago. She has remained devoted and engaged in the community and issues of Kahului and Maui County
even in the face of electoral loss. That to me shows commitment, perseverance, and resilience. And she is very well versed in a broad spectrum of very high priority issues in our community at this time. She is a Kapuna who brings Indigenous knowledge, being Native Hawaiian. She is a Navy veteran. And for all of these reasons, I stand in strong support of her. As to one of her opponents, or both of her opponents, I don't know Mr. Aglicole well. I have nothing negative to say against either one of them. However, I do not think that this council should appoint anyone who's in a position appointed by the mayor or in an executive director position that takes such a large time and commitment, and I do believe would detract from that work in supporting the Lahaina recovery. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, members. Yes, Member Sugimura.
Nice seeing you.
Nice to see you, Yukile.
Yes, I have a clarifying question. I think you're the third person who thinks that Kaunoe, in his position as a Deputy Director of Transportation or Maui Metropolitan Planning Organization, would continue to do that and take this seat if he was appointed. It sounds like there's some confusion out there.
There may be, because this has been such a quick process. I just felt like it would be a conflict of interest for him to remain in that role. And I heard others outside of this chamber saying it was his intent to stay in that position and serve in this position. So I would oppose that.
I think, well.
Okay, thank you. Any more clarifying questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, it is 10:08. We'll be in recess till 10:18. Thank you. Will the council special meeting, public hearing, please reconvene? It is now 10:32. Ms. Clerk, may we have the next testifier, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we'll return to the testifier with the last extension 5012. Calling in from the extension 5012.
I just want to clarify that I was talking about Patangan and not the other guy. Sorry.
What other guy?
Testifier with the last four digits of your phone number ending 5012. You press *6 to unmute. We can see that you're on the phone, on the meeting, and you're unmuted on our end. Press *6. Chair will go into Leslie Matthews, and she'll be followed by Pamela Tumpop.
Okay.
Hello?
Leslie, if you could hold on a second. Yes, are you calling in from 5012? Go ahead.
Yes, correct. I'm calling in reference to the bill 25-209. I've been watching it here this morning, raining out here in Haiku. The last two testifiers actually made the most sense. Got to say, especially the curly-haired guy from Kula.
Could you please state your name again for the record? Could you please state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, this is John Alexander from Haiku.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, my main concern is, you guys choose what you want to do there, but it actually, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't the mayor have to sign your actions? So we're going to boil it down to a one-man decision, basically. Seems like business as usual. I'm a gambler. I bet that your corporate counsel has not educated you or tutored you into the federal, state, and local laws that allow this sort of appointments to public positions. It's a common thing where governors and presidents and mayors do this thing. Heck, our governor just appointed Troy Hashimoto to Keith's vacant seat, and he conveniently just sold his commercial building to the county. Gee whiz, seems like business as usual. So I'm not a fan of this way. You guys work it out and set up a special election immediately. Don't delay. What code are you guys working this angle at? That's my question. Have your county council, corporate council lawyers to, instruct you guys. I don't think you know what you're voting on here. I don't think you actually know the technical, legal approach to this and where did it come from. That would be a homework assignment for all 9 of you. Well, let's see, there's only 8 of you now. So that would be my suggestion to the council. And also, too, what did Kama die from? What was her autopsy? I mean, what did she die from?
Please confine your testimony to testimony on one or more of the 3 applicants.
Oh, okay. Well, I would go with the auntie because she has a military structured background, which is far superior to a political background from a guy that went to Washington, D.C. into the nest of the widow. He obviously is snared in the web of that, because even look at our mayor, how many times he's been to D.C., how many times our governor. So I'm just pointing out a pattern here. So let's just go ahead and vote who you want. I'd say Auntie would be by far your best choice. So thank you and have a great day voting there. Aloha.
Thank you. Any questions, clarifying questions? If not, may we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, the next testifier is Leslie Matthews, to be followed by Pamela Tumpop.
Good morning, Council Chair and Council members. First, I'm paying my respects to Councilmember Kama and her family. paying my respects to Councilmember Kama and her family. I had an opportunity to serve when I served at the Office of Council Services. I keep getting a message that my camera has been disabled, so.
It's not disabled on our end, but you do keep blinking on and off.
Okay. I just want to give my strong support to, as long as you can hear me, I'll go ahead and testify. I just want to give my strong support to Auntie Carolee Kamekona. I think at a time when the latest report from the Hawaii Food Bank says that 41% of Maui households are now food insecure, which is up 10 points from last year. Many of our families are also housing insecure. I've had an opportunity to serve with Carolee Kamekona for several years. She's always shown up to those who are most vulnerable. She understands the issue of working with our unsheltered houseless population, which, as someone mentioned, is our fastest growing population here on Maui. These are not abstract numbers. These are our neighbors, our ohana, and people who are being squeezed by high cost, displacement, and instability. And Carolee Kamekona stands ready to serve. We don't have to wonder how many people would support her. If we look at the election results from the 2024 election, 22,137 people cast their vote in support of Auntie Carolee Kamekona. She advocates for affordable housing. She knows how to tackle food insecurity and meeting people where they are most vulnerable. She has served admirably in the United States Navy, which to me demonstrates that she has a strong sense of leadership, resilience, and a deep sense of service. We can see her visibly present and serving in the Kahului area and then throughout Maui County. And I think that it's important that our council members be accessible and visible. She's already dedicated that she's going to run for the next election cycle, meaning she's in this for the long haul, and she's committed to progress that puts people first. She always checks in on my mom, which is really important to me. She believes in economic diversification, has a strong sense of agriculture, cultural preservation, and protecting our iwi kupuna and our delicate ecosystems. So when you look at everything in total and a whole, I want to give my strong support to Carolee Kamekona, and I have strong admiration for her for wanting to step in this role, and then the commitment to the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Pamela Tumpop, to be followed by Lisa Darcy. Ms. Tumpop? Chair, should we move on to Lisa Darcy? Lisa Darcy, this is your opportunity to testify.
Morning, Council. Good morning, Chair. Nice to see you all, and appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name
Lisa, could you speak a little louder? A little bit louder, please.
Oh, gosh, here we go again. I have to yell like my neighbors all the way can hear me. So, okay. Good morning. My name is Lisa Darcy. I'm the founder of Share Your Mana. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I am here to testify today on Reso 22-209, I believe. And I'm grateful for this opportunity, as always, every opportunity to testify. I'd like to bring up 3 points regarding the appointment of Carolee Kamekona. One is that I really ask that this body focus on the process. And as stated in earlier testimonies, Carolee Kamekona has been involved in this process. She's aware of it. She's somebody who has experience in this forum. And at this point, with the many, many important issues that are before Maui County, I believe that that is a really important aspect of making a very significant choice that will be a seamless participant in this group. So I do hope that that is considered, that she has much experience for many, many years in this forum. The second is, I know this is going to be her full-time focus. I've worked with her in many occasions over the years, and she does show up, and she's always shown up for years. And I do believe that her ability to be in this full-time and this be her full-time focus is also an extremely important aspect of choosing the next candidate. And lastly, I'd like to say that the way that I have seen her is she's not just politically active. She is physically active in the community. She's in it with all aspects, long-term, short-term. She engages everybody that I've met. And as you all know, that the work that I do, it can be very difficult and it can feel contentious at times. And she has been present in these processes and discussions, and I just think that her capacity with the needs of this council right now are a really good fit. And she knows I have not always agreed with her, so I really appreciate any council member that can hold a conversation with difficult context. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I do hope that even respectfully, understanding the late Councilmember Kama having put her wish in, I respect that. However, I do hope that we focus on the process and what is being put forward today. So mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, we're going back to Pamela Tumpop, and she will be followed by Julin Kahele.
Aloha. Today is about finding the most qualified candidate to replace an extraordinary leader, champion for Native Hawaiians, critically needed housing, and for those in difficult circumstances, as well as a thoughtful servant for all of Maui people. And that was Tasha Kama. And these are huge shoes to fill. And I am saddened by the loss of this dynamic leader and friend who inspired me to the end. To see her commitment to the area she represented, as well as all of Maui County, literally in her final hours to find the right person to stand in her stead was beyond comprehension. She gave careful time, thought, and consideration to find the most qualified candidate, reaching out to him in her final hours to make a recommendation, get to know him better, learn more about him, see if he was willing to serve, and then put that recommendation forward. Beyond honoring her last wish, which I and the Maui Chamber of Commerce feel is important, we also feel she chose an extraordinary candidate in Kauanoe Batangan. He shares her values, is a young Native Hawaiian leader who she felt would build bridges, unite people, address our critical challenges, and best serve the people of Maui County. He is extraordinarily qualified, well-educated, and has worked in government, providing tremendous assistance after the Maui wildfires. He is a dedicated public servant and was willing to step in. You have his bio, and we look forward to the people of Maui reading his bio and hearing from him. Our community believed in Tasha Kama, supporting her for many years, electing her multiple times to serve over others. She was never beholden to political support on any side, and always shared how surprised she was after being elected the first time when a group expected her to vote their way because they endorsed her, which, by the way, was not the Maui Chamber of Commerce, because we endorsed her as well. But she always explained that she voted her mind and based on her mind and heart after thorough and thoughtful review and consideration. And that's why she was running for office, and the community continued to support her. We trusted her to lead us now. We trust in her strong recommendation of Kauanoe Batangan because she did her homework to the very end, learning more about him, his background, his career, his values, his service, and his heart, and found him to be the ideal replacement to serve the people of Maui County and positively move us forward in this time. We agree with her findings and strongly support Kauanoe Batangan to fill this position. Mahalo for your time. Aloha.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Julin Kahele, to be followed by Jason Economou.
Aloha, this is my first time. Aloha Maika co-chair, council members, and the community members. My name is Julin Kahele, and I'm here to just simply speak on the character of Mr. Virgilio Ancoliko, as, you know, individuals, personal experience. I am currently one of his tenants on his properties in Kahului. When no other landlord wanted to give me a chance as a single mom with 3 kids, he was willing to take that risk and allowed me to rent one of his units. He also helped me, you know, fill out community resources to help with housing support. And with his financial background in banking, he was also helped me, guiding me with my my first-time homeowners loan with Hawaiian Homes. So he kind of helped me understand all of those things. But with the short time that I've known, you know, Mr. Ankolico, my children know him as Papa Leo. He's been very committed and his you know, for his Filipino culture. He's also you know, a veteran of the Army. But, you know, just him taking the time to sit with me and, you know, help me understand all the different things that, you know, me being a young mom had no clue about, and now living here in Maui with my children, he's giving me that chance of stability. And I just want to be able to give that chance, you know, to speak up for him on his behalf and just say I'm in support of him. And if given the chance, he'll be great in this position. Don't let his old age fool you. He still has a lot of rubber on his shoes to go. He has a lot of energy. He has a lot of commitment. But yes, if given the chance, I feel like, you know, Papa Leo would be, you know, a great person to fill this position. And thank you again for giving me the chance to speak on his behalf. Thank you.
Oh, we have a question for you. Yeah.
Sorry, forgot about that.
I just want to thank you for testifying and for showing us some of what you just said about Leo Akoliko, because he is a respected member in the community.
You know, I really feel too he is, and
thank you.
You know, I'm really glad that I got to, you know, testify for him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Jason Economou, to be followed by Christian Galapon.
Good morning, Chair Lee and County Council. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am testifying, my name is Jason Economou, and I'm testifying in support of the appointment of Kaunoe Batongan. Kaunoe is incredible. Even the testifiers that are opposing his appointment really can only say that he is too good and too smart to be taken from his current position. He is a rare person to potentially serve on the county council. It is incredibly rare that somebody who is in the prime of their career with his educational background and his experience would be willing to step into the role of a Maui County Council member, that they would be willing to run for that position or even be appointed for that position. This is a rare opportunity for the people of Maui County to have a representative of his caliber. And that's not to detract from anybody else. That's not to detract from any of the sitting members, but to have a brilliant, well-educated, extremely experienced young Hawaiian who's deeply rooted in this community, serving on the Maui County Council. That just goes to demonstrate the good judgment that Tasha Kama had in requesting that he take her position after she's gone. I knew Tasha, I respected and admired her, and I know that she deeply cared and loved this community. And I think that's on display in her selection of a successor. A lot of people are bringing up that Carol Lee Kamekona ran for council before, and somehow that qualifies her. She lost in those elections to Tasha because ostensibly the people of Maui County trusted Tasha's judgment more so than hers. I don't think that qualifies her for this position. I don't think that qualifies her to take the seat that was left behind by Tasha. If anything, that suggests that the people of Maui County would want Tasha's judgment to be honored in this matter as far as who her successor should be for the remainder of this term. I just ask that this council recognize Tasha Kama's good judgment in this and recognize this rare opportunity to have somebody who is so intelligent, experienced, and who has a demonstrated history of caring for this community and working tirelessly for this community. Those people saying that they don't know Kaunoi because, you know, he wasn't at some meetings, that's because he was too busy working. He was working for the county of Maui. He was working for the people of Maui. This guy was working 80-hour weeks after the fires. We're lucky to have him.
Thank you. Members, any questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Christian Gallopon, to be followed by Keola Whitaker.
Hello, Chair and members of Council. My name is Christian Gallopon. I'm a 24-year-old Lanai resident. And I'm here to express a concern that I believe many in my community share. I'm not here to speak on behalf of any nominee or candidate, but I would rather like to offer a certain perspective as this body votes to see who fills that vacancy. The body is formally a nonpartisan council, yet today's proceedings, and based on my experience of what I can see attending hearings, suggest that the outcome of this hearing is predictable and established through voting blocks. Whether that is intentional or not, the public perception is that decision is being shaped less by an objective review of merit and qualifications and more by internal alignments. And I believe such a perception undermines the process. This appointment is not routine. The individual selected today will influence the power dynamics of this council for the remainder of the term. The public understands that, and because the implications are so significant, it's even more critical that the selection be made through transparent, independent judgment, and not through predetermined factional alignments. When someone like myself can anticipate the vote before these interviews even conclude, it signals a departure of nonpartisan principles that the charter demands of this body. Regardless of perspective or political philosophy, we should all agree that decisions of this magnitude deserve deliberation that's both fair and convincingly impartial. Today presents an opportunity for this council to demonstrate that independence, to show the public that each member is approaching this appointment on its merits alone, without regard to blocks, factions, or existing power structures. For the sake of restoring, I believe, and maintaining the public confidence and confidence for me as an individual voter, I urge this body to resist predictable alignments and evaluate each applicant solely on their ability to not serve just the people of Kahului, but the county as a whole. Mahalo for the time, and thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gallopon, for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify if you could define for me in your own words your use of the word fair.
Fair in that each candidate is seen on their own individual merit and not based on, I guess I'll say the quiet part out loud, based on preconceived alignments of the vote.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Mr. Gallopon, for your testimony this morning. Just for to clarify, and I'm just putting it there because I did have some calls about, you mean fair, would that include like an election?
The way I was kind of approaching it, and I'll go ahead and put myself out there just to say it, is based on everyone that I've spoken to and based on any opinions that I've seen online, it seems that this council is presumably going to be tied in this vote. And so when I encourage a fair vote, I am once again basically kind of coming from the fact that rather than considering who you're politically aligned with, you look at each candidate as they are, what qualifications, what merits, what have they done for the community, and proceed with that in mind. And I believe that would be a fair assessment. But I cannot speak for what
You haven't chosen anyone of the three.
I believe with how fast this proceeding is going, I haven't been able to form a very strong support for any one particular candidate based on what I could find online.
Okay, yeah, my sentiments as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for your information, you may think this is a quick process, but we have 30 days by the charter. And November 25th, right around the corner, is 30 days.
Oh, boy, that's
Yes. Okay, next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Keola Whitaker, and he will be followed by Brian Banks, who is currently our last testifier.
Good morning, council members, Chair Lee. My name is Keola Whitaker. As you know, I served as Deputy Corporation Counsel, and in that role, I advised the 2021 Charter Commission. I'm here to speak in support of appointing Kaunoe Batangan to fill this vacancy caused by Auntie Tasha's unfortunate passing. In my role, I had the privilege of working closely with Charter Commission members as they tackled some of the most consequential questions of how county government should function, and I can tell you that Kaunoe stood out. While some commissioners came with predetermined positions, Kaunoe came with questions, good questions, the kind that showed he was genuinely trying to understand the implications of what they were drafting, not just for the next election cycle, but for the long-term future of Maui County. He'd reach out to us lawyers to understand the legal framework, the constraints, the possibilities. Then he'd take that information, think through it carefully, consider multiple perspectives before arriving at a position. Now, I should mention he didn't always take our advice. As lawyers, we occasionally have to come to terms with the humbling reality that our brilliant legal analysis was being thoughtfully set aside. That hurt my normally robust ego a little. But honestly, that's exactly what you want in a leader. Someone who seeks expert input, weighs it seriously, but ultimately exercises independent judgment in service of the community's needs. What impressed me most about Kaunoe is he consistently led with genuine care for our county's future rather than playing for short-term political points. That kind of thoughtfulness and integrity doesn't come along often. At this critical moment with the challenges facing our county, you have the opportunity to appoint someone who's already proven he can do this work with the seriousness and love that it deserves based on his time on the Charter Commission. I strongly urge you to appoint Kaunoe Batangan. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, currently the last testifier signed up is Brian Banks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Banks. I'm a 26-and-a-half-year full-time resident of Maui. First, I want to start with paying my respects to Council Member Tasha Kama. My condolences to her family and our entire community here. I had the good fortune of speaking with her a few times. She was a wonderful person. She cared a lot about the community, and she served us very well. I'm a strong supporter of Resolution 25-208, appointing Kaunoe Batangan for her replacement. He has great educational background, his experience at the local government, state level, federal level. He's a wonderful, brilliant, young member of our society, and I think he will do great to serve all of us. And I think Tasha Kama had tremendous foresight to recommend him to take her position after her passing away. Like the two previous testifiers said, I hope you can put aside your views of, I want one more vote for Bill 9 or one more vote against Bill 9. This is much bigger than that. I hope you can take the big picture and think about the future of our community and our best interests, and look at all the qualifications of these wonderful candidates and pick the best one for everything for our community. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Members, no questions? Ms. Clerk?
Chair, we have additional testifiers. The next testifier is Tom Crowley, to be followed by Kaniele Williams.
Aloha Council, Tom Crowley. I'll be very brief. As you all know, I do my homework. I research things, and I give my full support to Kaunua Batongan. Based on paper, I couldn't believe how good this guy looks. We're honored to have somebody who is this qualified, and to hear from so many people that have served with him that he lives up to that paper. So I don't know where his position is on Bill 9 or any other position, but I can say that this guy is qualified. And if this unfortunate event had happened 3 months earlier, it would be the electorate who would be making this decision. And I would be checking the box for Kaunua without any question. So I wish you good luck in your decision, but I hope if you're listening to me that you'll vote for Kaunua Batongan. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Kaniele Williams, to be followed by Chantel, I believe Lindo, but it says Duwa on our screen. Mr. Williams?
Aloha, can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Aloha kako. My name is Kaniele Williams. I'm just kind of reflecting. I'm kind of an observant person, I would like to say, and I'm kind of reflecting on what testifiers have shared, and it seems as though there's a lot of dependence on emotional appeal and emotional manipulation using Tasha Kama's death and her claimed last wishes. You know, as a law student, I'm very big on evidence to help me make decisions. And if those were her last wishes, I'd like to see, you know, things that are not hearsay. I'd like to see either a notarized will, a probate, at minimum, an audio or video recording to help me make that decision if my decision is based on that. As far as Carol Kamakona, I mean, she's been involved in the community inside and outside of political campaigning, which is, I think, very important, being present. The other thing, too, is, you know, even after Tasha Kama died, I know that Carol Kamakona was bombarded by a lot of people asking her to take this seat. But one thing I have a lot of admiration and respect for is she did not have intention to come in and, you know, after her death and just, you know, take over. She actually had the respect to focus on grieving and, you know, respect for the family instead of the politics. I think that's kind of important because it speaks to character. And of course, you know, with her focus being the next election, you know, I think those are very, very important things for characters. If we're going to be so focused on the death aspect that occurred. But like I said, she's also been very involved in the community. She's been around, she's been active. It's not like she's all of a sudden coming out of the bushes trying to take a seat. She's been involved, she's been active. She shows up. And that's all important stuff is if you're gonna take this seat to be present for the community and show up. The other candidates I've, you know, never heard of them until this situation occurred. So that's something to keep in mind is where have they been when these very important issues that are on the table have been on the table for months. You know, where have those folks been? So that's all I just want to say. I'll just leave it at that. So mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, next testifier.
Chair, currently the last person signed up to testify is Chantel Lindo.
Aloha, council members. So happy and honored to be able to testify. I'm not here like definitely in support of any of the candidates and actually in support of all who choose to serve. I think I just wanted to give my input on process. And I agree with the testifier from Lanai and also our last testifier that there's a lot of emphasis being made on this emotional, what Councilmember Kama would have wanted. I just want to disclose that Tasha Kama was both a mentor and a friend. I had the privilege of having many private conversations with her. And there was one aspect of her character that nobody mentioned, yet it was probably the most important, and that was her faith in God. Council member believed that God had power over all. And she knew that even her decisions sometimes weren't the best, but she trusted that God would move people who trusted him in the decisions that they needed to make. So I just wanted to add that there because that's a very important part of her character. And then I also wanted to say that with the 4-4, you know, the impression that people are talking about. Personally, I trust and love every single member of this council. And I know you all to be people of integrity and aloha. And I honestly feel like a special election would not only suffice to some of the naysayers and the critics, but also would give you guys some very well-deserved slack for not having to make such a decision based on such controversy with critical bills and resolutions and things waiting on the sidelines that will make a big difference in who takes this seat next. And that's coming from somebody who have worked with all of you and to totally respect you. So I just want to say thank you for your continued hard work. I want to thank you for being bold in times when it's easier to criticize. And I just want to thank all the candidates for sticking up and choosing to run. And of course, thank you, Evan, and to Tasha's family for allowing us to share in her beautiful life. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much. Ms. Clark.
Chair, there's currently no one else signed up to testify. I see Mr. Law making his way to the front. But if there's anyone else, this is going to be your opportunity.
Aloha kakahiaka, aloha kako, aloha akaku. I cannot and will not receive my party's nomination. You guys, that was not exactly, but Lyndon Johnson. Yeah, he was another bad guy. Okay. Get ready, Akaku, for your, I don't know if you guys got the Kohako and the Okinas ready yet for your closed captioning. Helu 25209, e ho'o kohu ana ia Caroli kamekona e pani ika hakahaka o ka aha no ke koena o ke va noho 2025-2027. Tasha was Hawaiian, and when I was writing my remarks, I was going to ask, I was asking the Hawaiians here in the crowd, how do you say, when is your birthday? And it's not really, like Director Molotel says, that's not really in their lens of how they look at stuff, although laha now means birth. And that would be one of the first things I'd look at in hiring somebody is I would ask them when their birthday is, but unfortunately the clerk's office does not allow the public to know their birthday, so maybe the director of OEV Resources can work on a different perspective on the clerk's office stuff. And so the Hawaiian word of the day is ho'onoho. And that means to take up residence, to install, to establish, provide, seat, locate, appoint, or place in authority. Tasha was a Hawaiian, like I said, and I think she would like a Hawaiian to replace her. And Lili Okalani would like one too. And I reserve the rest of my time for the Hawaiians.
Questions, members? Member Paulton.
I just wanted to clarify why you wanted to know their birthday, like for their astrological sign or something.
Yeah, it's the Chinese zodiac and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Just, I don't, yeah, it's like, it could go.
Maybe they'll tell us in their opening comments.
I don't know if you guys can find out. I don't even know if you guys are allowed to ask when they're,
Okay, thank you.
because it's like confidential and stuff. The clerks can tell you. They could probably also tell you who's voting for who.
Any other questions, members? Next testifier.
Chair, the current last testifier is Nara Boone.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. I am in a room with some other people that would also like to testify after myself. My name is Nara Boone. I am with Maui Housing Hui, but I'm testifying on my own behalf today in strong support of Resolution 25209 for Auntie Carolee Komekona. I remember campaigning with Member Cook in 2022, and he said to me that he had run before and over 20,000 people had voted for him, so he felt like he should run again. Auntie Carolee has proven her dedication to our community in this last election. She had over 21,000 votes. That's 21,000 people that believe that she is the right person for the job. She was a co-founding member of Maui Housing Hui, and recently stepped away from the position. And I believe because she believed there was a potential conflict of interest. She does not bend rules. If anybody knows her, this is where that military training comes in really strong. She is just someone that's consistent for community. And she's proven her desire for the role in the multiple times that she has run for office and is running again. She currently works in Member Sinensi's office, which proves that she's very much aware of the current issues that are happening, and her acclimation period to get down to the actual work of the job would be very short. She speaks for the underserved, underrepresented, underappreciated members of our community, which is of monumental importance as the demographic of our population is changing and more of us are struggling on a day-to-day basis to make ends meet. I would like to end on a positive note and say that I believe that you all will make the right decision for our people. This is about our people. And bless Tasha Kama, but she did not represent all of us. And Auntie Carolee Komekona is someone that will represent from the bottom to the top. Mahalo.
Questions, members? If not, may we have the next testifier?
Chair, we don't currently have anyone else signed up, but if Ms. Boone has people present with her, then they can.
Yes. Thank you.
Aloha, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, aloha mai kako. My name is Dr. Kahala Johnson. I'm submitting testimony in strong support of Resolution 25209, which appoints Carolee Komekona to fill the current council vacancy. I submit this testimony as political coordinator of the Maui Medic Healers Hui, as someone who lives and works alongside families who are still healing, still displaced, and still searching for solid ground in the wake of the fires that devastated Lahaina. Every day we see our people, how deeply our people have been affected, not only by the loss of loved ones and homes, but by the ongoing uncertainty about who in government is truly standing with them. With the passing of Councilmember Tasha Kama, this body carries a profound kuleana. The interim appointment is not routine. It comes at a moment when Maui is grieving, politically divided, and trying to rebuild trust after a year of trauma and hardship. The vacancy in the Kahului seat is more than just a procedural gap. It requires someone who will help guide this island through one of the most consequential periods in our history. In this moment, kupuna leadership is not only culturally appropriate, it is politically necessary. And that is why I strongly support the appointment of Auntie Carolee Komekona. Auntie Carol embodies the qualities our island needs right now: steadiness, compassion, accountability, and a commitment to community care. For decades, she has done the everyday work of showing up for our people. She has supported houseless families at Mala Ukumihami and Maui. She's advocated for truly affordable housing centered on working class locals and Kanaka. And she's supported justice for Lahaina survivors against the dehumanizing testimonies of STR owners. In a time of fractured trust, Auntie Carol stands out as someone who the community already believes in. Her legitimacy comes from relationship, not political agenda, from service, not from institutional proximity. She has walked with people through their hardest moments, long before media attention or county funding made these issues visible. Appointing a kupuna leader in this moment sends a powerful message that Maui prioritizes healing over division, community over personality, and integrity over political maneuvers. It tells our people that the council is committed to stability, continuity, and accountability over special interests. For these reasons, I conclude by respectfully urging the council to appoint Auntie Carol Lee Kamikona to fill the Kahului seat. Her presence in this chamber would bring the kind of grounded and compassionate, culturally rooted leadership that we desperately need. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, may we have the next testifier, please?
Aloha, my name is Maya Marquez. I am testifying on my own behalf. I will keep it short and sweet. This is for Resolution 25209. I am in full support of Auntie Carol Lee Kamekona simply because I know her heart and it is in the right place. I've worked alongside her with our most vulnerable populations, and I truly believe in her ability to care for all. Thank you.
Members, questions? If not, may we have the next testifier, please?
Good morning. Aloha mai kako o noi lani ai hia ko'ui noa. I first want to extend my heartfelt condolences to Tasha Kama's family members and all of you council members who worked with her. For this upcoming appointment, I'm standing in strong support of Auntie Carol Lee Kamekona through Resolution 25-209. I've known Auntie Carol for many years and worked with her on many fronts, starting with Iwi Kupuna, with our most beloved possession, our ancestors, many of whom have been desecrated and are still being desecrated by rampant development and really just lack of care and disrespect for Kanaka Maoli people. And I saw Auntie Carol step up and step into leadership roles with Malama Kakanilua to help us protect Aina and the Waiale area, the parcel that the county now owns. And Auntie Carol has been on the front line of that. She helped work with Malama Kakanilua to help protect Iwi Kupuna at the Grand Wailea Hotel, and is still working on those cases and working on making sure that our iwi get the respect that they deserve, in the same way that all of our people, especially our Kanaka Maoli, deserve to be respected and protected and uplifted. I worked with Auntie Carol on the front lines of our unsheltered crisis, and it is a crisis. Hawaii has the largest unsheltered population in the United States, and it's only growing every day, especially with the aftermath of the Lahaina fires. And Auntie Carol has been boots on the ground with other advocates in the community, just supporting, showing up with food, cooking, making meals, driving people around, helping to take people's belongings that they've packed up after a terrifying sweep. She's been there. And she cares about all of our people, especially our most vulnerable who need the most help. And, you know, I think about this Hawaiian value about we feed our keiki and kupuna first because they're vulnerable. And I feel like that's something that the county should be looking at and should be practicing as a value, is taking care of the most vulnerable first. And Auntie Carol is somebody who does that every day. She embodies that. She was a caretaker for her mother and her uncle and gave of her precious time to care for her ohana in a way that they really needed. And now she's doing that same loving, caregiving work for our community in a way that's empowering, intelligent, and
brings respect to vulnerable populations. She's also not having any strings pulled by big money or development or outside influences. So for these reasons, I stand strongly in support of Auntie Carol Lee Kamikona, and I do hope that you folks can make a Pono decision and put her into this position for the Kahului seat. Mahalo.
Members, any questions? If not, thank you. Next.
We have one more.
Aloha mai kako. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Mahalo. Oval mo'i kawa'akoa. I come here today not only as a lineal descendant of the Hamakua Ahupua'a, but as the Po'o of Holomua Outreach. And I am here to speak in strong support of Carol Lee Kamikona for the Kahului residency seat. I want to share not just her qualifications, but the relationship and the pilina she holds with our community, because that is what truly matters for this seat. Carol is not just a leader, she's an auntie to all of us. And when I say auntie, I don't mean it lightly. I mean the kind of auntie who shows up for everybody. Not just the people she knows personally. She is the auntie you can call on at any hour, the auntie who listens before she speaks, the auntie who will stand right beside you in the hardest moments without asking for anything in return. I walked with Auntie Carol through this work. I watched her at encampments, in community meetings, at vigils, and in people's darkest hours. I watched her sit with those who are struggling, cry with families who have lost loved ones, and advocate fiercely for people who often feel invisible. She doesn't show up because there is a camera or spotlight. She shows up because she truly cares. Her 22 years in the military showed discipline and leadership. But what you won't find on her resume is what I believe matters even more: her heart, her courage, and her commitment to the people of Kahului and the Maui community. This is the backbone of a real community leader. Auntie Carol already understands the issues this council talks about: housing, displacement, workforce development, accountability, because she lives in the same Maui we all live in. She has seen our Native Hawaiian and local families forced out of their own homelands. She has comforted people impacted by sweeps, by cost of living, by system failures. And she speaks from experience, not from theory. Her platform reflects our real needs: reducing transient rentals, promoting local hiring, creating apprenticeships for our keiki, and demanding government accountability. These aren't abstract ideas. These are the priorities of working families, kupuna, on-house ohana, and everyday residents who are fighting to stay on Maui. Kahului needs someone who already has the trust of the community, because I don't know these other two people. Someone who can walk into a difficult conversation and bring people together. Someone who understands Kanaka perspectives, local realities, and community dynamics. Someone who people will actually talk to because they feel safe with her. That is who Auntie Carol is. She is familiar, she is grounded, she is accountable. So I asked the county council to start using your na'au, start using your pu'uvai. We need somebody in there to take care of our people because we're struggling, we're dying, and we're being displaced. Aloha.
Thank
Can I just ask you for your name again, please? We didn't catch it.
Mo'i kawa'akoa.
Thank you.
Members, any questions?
Mahalo.
If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, we have a testifier calling in from the last four digits, 5070.
Repeat.
It's 5070. You'll just hit *6 and that will unmute you on your side. *5070, we can see you and you are unmuted on our side.
Okay.
Chair, Chair, that's currently the last person signed up to testify.
All right. Members, are there any objections?
There you go.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
yes. Your name?
Okay, good. My name is Patricia Cadiz.
All right. You want to start your testimony?
Thank you. Yes, I'm sure that all the candidates are wonderful people. My comment is going to be brief. I just feel like the democratic thing to do is to respect that the last time there was an election, the voters chose Tasha Kama. And when Tasha knew she would not be unable to fulfill her full term, she tried to find somebody that was most like her. So I think honoring her and the democratic process, we need to choose her nominee, and that's what I'm urging all of you to think about and do.
Thank you.
That's the end of my testimony.
Thank you, members. Do you have any questions? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, there's currently no one else signed up to testify. This is last call. If there is anyone who would like to testify, please make yourself known. You can make your way to the podium, raise your hand in Teams. Again, this is last call, and the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Members, are there any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony? Members, I will now adjourn the public hearing. Ms. Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, we have no one signed up to testify on the resolutions, the resolution section. So we'll go ahead and go to the last call. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one to testify on the resolutions.
Ms. Clerk, please call all 3 resolutions. We will hear brief remarks from each of the applicants in the order listed on the agenda. Then members will have 2 rounds of 3 minutes to question each of the applicants. Ms. Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you is Resolution 25-208, appointing Kelson Kawanoi Batangan to fill the vacancy on the council for the remainder of the 2025-2027 term. Resolution 25-209, appointing Carol Lee Kamikona to fill the vacancy on the council for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 term. And Resolution 25-210, appointing an individual to fill the vacancy for the Kahului residency area for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 term. And that person being considered is Virgilio Leo Agolicol.
Can I take one? Can I take that? One can
We filled these walls wall to wall. Shame on Yuki. Everyone shouted together, and that would include Patangalan.
Okay. I'm checking on whether we can take a break at this point first.
Chair, would you like to close public testimony on the resolutions?
Okay, that's one of the questions I had. Members, any objections to closing public testimony on the resolutions? So ordered. Now, I'd like to know at what point can we take a lunch break? Do we have to call one of them up first? Okay. I'd like to call up Kelson Kawanoi Batangan, the first applicant. Mr. Batangan, please provide up to 3 minutes of introductory remarks. Members, you'll each have 2 rounds of 3 minutes for questioning. Yep, you can sit there. And then after this round, we're going to take you want to take a 45-minute lunch? How long?
I don't necessarily have a preference for how long lunch is going to be, but
starting at 1:30, as I was explaining to you earlier, my son has Student of the Month, so I won't be back until about 2:30. But I can, it doesn't, please don't wait for me to come back if you guys all want to continue.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the body? Member Paulton?
I got a lunchtime meeting with my Lahaina economic group.
What time? I mean, in Lahaina?
Oh, virtual, it's virtual.
Okay,
So
from
it's
what
at
time to what
lunchtime.
time?
12 to 1:30.
1:30. Okay, everybody, are you okay with coming back at 1:30? Okay. Do you want us to make it 2:30?
I would love that, but I don't want to hold this up anymore, so whatever works for everybody is fine for me. Thank you.
Is 2:30 too long, everybody?
I'm okay with 2:30.
I won't be here at 2:30 because I have an appointment, but I could be online possibly.
Okay, you could be online, okay. Remember, members, it's only to ask questions today. We're not going to make any decisions. Yes, Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. So we'll do both our rounds with Mr. Batangan now before
Yeah, because we have to. Yeah, we have to start discussion.
And then the other two candidates will be after lunch.
Yeah, after lunch.
Okay.
2:30.
2:30.
Yeah. Okay, that's okay with everybody? All right, let's get started.
Unless we don't finish with Mr. Batangan before lunch, everyone there, 2-3 minutes, we can continue, right?
Right, right. Okay, everybody got that? We don't know how long this is going to take, so why don't we start going right to left? You want the others? Why?
Because I want to hear their answers.
Oh, why not? We're here to please. Wait, let me see why are you looking at me? Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to start questions from Mr. Sinensi that way after Mr. Batangan has provided his opening remarks, okay? Sorry. That's how we operate, you know, very flexible. Mr. Batangan, could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Aloha Chair Lee and members of the County Council. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. We are here under difficult and solemn circumstances, and I want to begin by acknowledging the immense loss felt by our community and this council following the passing of Councilmember Tasha Kama. Her commitment to public service and the people of Maui Nui was extraordinary, and her absence is deeply felt. For the record, my name is Kaunai Batangan. I'm the oldest son of Ruben Batangan and Lila Eldridge. My father is from Ele'ele on the island of Kauai, where my grandfather worked as an irrigation specialist on the McBride plantation. My grandfather, Epifanio Batangan, was from San Nicolas, which is in the Ilocos Norte region of the Philippines. He immigrated to Hawaii as a Sakata in 1946. My grandmother, Christina Batangan, was born on the McBride plantation, but raised in Bacara, also in Ilocos Norte. She moved back to Hawaii after World War II. My mom is from Maui, and through her, I trace my mo'okuauhau to Papa and Wakea, and my roots in central Maui to the very first residential development in Kahului. Ohana Eldridge is traditionally from Lahaina, but my branch of the family moved to central Maui when my great-grandfather, Amos Eldridge, became a luna at the Pu'unene plantation. He and my great-grandmother, Emmeline Eldridge, then built their home in the first increment of Dream City, and my grandparents, Amos and Julia Eldridge, built their home in the second. My parents also made their home in second increment, where I grew up. My family and I now live in the house that my grandparents built, which makes my daughters the 5th generation of our family to live in Kahului. I tell you this because it speaks to the love I have for the district, the deep roots I have in this community, and the fact that I think growing up in Kahului was a privilege. Those are things I know Councilmember Kama saw in me, and why I think she knew I'd make thoughtful decisions from a place of love for our home, our friends, and Lahui, like she did. As you know, Councilmember Kama requested that I finish the remainder of her term. It is an incredible honor, and I would accept this kuleana with the deepest humility and respect for her legacy. If confirmed, my purpose would be to serve as a steward of her policies and ensure a seamless continuation of service. I commit to honoring the trust the voters placed in her by continuing the work and projects she established and positions she articulated while in office. The voters made their stance very clear in the last election and supported her positions and perspective. My goal is to honor her memory, respect the wishes of the constituents, and ensure this important office remains active and effective until the next election. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sinanci.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Mr. Batangan, for being here today to answer our questions. For clarification, you just mentioned that Tem Kama asked you to continue her current role. What about for the next term?
So the commitment I made to Councilmember Kama was that I would be available, and if appointed, I would serve out the rest of this term. I have not made a decision as to whether or not I would seek re-election if appointed. Okay. I think there are assumptions, given that I had previously run for public office in 2018, and that I had had conversations with her about potentially running to succeed her in 2028. But when I ran in 2018, I was single. I've since gotten married and now have very young kids. And so with that comes other kuleana. Okay. You know, I had indicated that I'd be open to running in 2028, but by then, you know, my kids would be older. Hopefully my parents would be retired. You know, my wife would be more established in her position, and I would have had time to achieve what I wanted to at the MPO. That's not true, and so I still don't know what I would do in 2028.
Okay.
Or 2026.
Thank you for that answer. Sorry, 3 minutes. As one of the testifiers had mentioned, that immediately after this appointment, we will have the mayor's bill to vote upon. What is your take on Bill 9?
Thank you for the question. So as I mentioned earlier, I would look to the positions that Councilmember Kama had herself established. And, you know, she had concerns about Bill 9 in its current form. That's why she voted against it in committee. However, since it has passed out of committee, a TIG report has been published with recommendations on how to mitigate some of those concerns. I would happily work with members of this body to turn those recommendations into accompanying legislation, and my preference would be that the two be taken up together. But since Bill 9 is already scheduled as a standalone bill, the concerns that she had, and some of which I share, still stand, and so I would not be able to support Bill 9 as a standalone bill in its current form.
Thank you. And real quick, do you support deed restrictions for projects that receive affordable housing funds?
I don't know how to answer that, because I think deed restrictions can take different forms, and I have some thoughts on different versions of those restrictions. I do think, oh.
You can finish.
Okay. I do think that we should consider a bunch of different options to keep affordable housing units affordable.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Member Hudgens.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Batangan. Usually my first question is, why are you running for this seat? But I think for your case, we already heard your answer. So I'll move on to my next one, which is, what's your opinion on affordable housing? I guess to follow up on Member Shane. And what can we do to better increase our amount of affordable housing?
I think we need to take a more comprehensive approach than just Bill 9. I would be in favor of pushing forth affordable housing at every income level. And I recognize that the different tiers on the affordability ladder come with different financing tools, so there would probably have to be a different policy prescription to advance, the different types of units that we want to see in our community. I also think that legislatively we can take more action on, say, the Title 19 update to help the community have clarity on when, where, and in what manner it would be appropriate to develop housing, not just affordable types, but of any income level.
Okay, thank you. How do you approach decision-making? We heard from Mr. Whitaker about your time spent on Charter Commission, but if we could hear from you, how do you approach your decision-making?
I generally start by listening. I recognize that I don't have all of the answers. And I try to distill what I can from what we're hearing. Oftentimes with, the positions that I'm in now, with the MPO, when I was with DOT, or doing recovery work, I would try to figure out what are the unmet needs, what are the projects or policies we can advance to address those unmet needs, and how can we align resources to make those things come to light.
Thank you. How do you handle conflict and, more importantly, its resolution?
Try not to take things personally. That's what I've been doing in the back as I've been listening to testimony, for and against me. And I recognize that a lot of times it's not about me. Some of the testimony was, because I asked people to come and share perspectives of what it would be like to work with me. But I do recognize that this is much bigger than just me. It's about Tasha, it's about this community. And so I try not to take that too personally. I apologize, I got sidetracked.
That's okay. It was just conflict resolution, but I think my time is up. But for this job, as you know, we have to deal with so much conflict. And conflict is inevitable in this job and in our life. And so for me, approaching resolution is important. Because if you anger every side, then it is difficult to come to the table in a neutral perspective. But I will hold. I heard my bell. Thank you.
Kaunoi, don't worry about getting sidetracked. Imagine when you're 77 years old. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Kaunoi I've got to work with you a little bit on MPO. What was the biggest challenge when you took that over? Because there was a previous director, and then you stepped into that role.
I think it was creating a vision for the organization. The MPO had not always synergized its efforts with the county or with the state. There were times when it was working in isolation. And so trying to figure out how we can complement or supplement the efforts of our partner agencies to move things forward, understanding what unique resources the MPO has that we could leverage, or what expertise that we could bring to our county and state partners. Like, for example, one of the things we're trying to do is take on the upfront planning responsibilities for some of the CIP projects, specifically related to complete streets, so that the engineers at Public Works can have data that they can then design around. So we would do the planning work that we specialize in, and they could do the design and engineering work that they specialize in, and then together we could move forward.
Thank you for that explanation. And yeah, I think you did a remarkable job of taking over and bringing structure to it.
Thank you.
That's really my only question for now.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Batangan, for putting your name forward. This process is tough, and I appreciate your effort. So I told myself I'm going to look at this process through a policy-only lens, all right? And I'm going to just try to keep it in that way. I know a lot of emotions, my emotions, I'm checking because this is such a difficult process in the situation we're in. I'll start off with softball. What's your platform?
Thank you for that question. I'd like to share the vision that I had shared with Councilmember Kama back when I applied for the Charter Commission. So she and I first started talking about our shared values and vision back in 2021 when I applied to be the council or the Kahului representative on the Charter Commission. And this is what I said to her then. My vision is for a thriving, sustainable island community where Aina and Kama'aina flourish together. The way we'd go about doing that is by building a vibrant future for Maui Nui, by preserving our unique culture, stewarding our lands, building economic opportunity, and investing in our people. So that's what I had put together when I first ran for public office in 2018. It's what I shared with council member and why I think she appointed me to, or nominated me to serve on the Charter Commission for Kahului. It's what guided me, in my roles with this administration and in the MPO, and it's what would guide me if selected or appointed to this body.
Mahalo for your response. I think the Venn diagram shows that you and I have some common ground, which is good. I'm going to get into something a little more controversial because I want to kind of feel your opinions on how you would have voted. Now, this is hypothetical, so understand that. Take it with a grain of salt. What's your opinion of some of our more controversial policies? Wailea 670 was a pretty controversial development. How would you have voted, hypothetically?
Thank you for that question. I gotta say, I hadn't followed too many of the council's bills outside of the transportation realm, given my role with MDOT or the MPO. But I can share how I would approach this. I would look to see how it conforms with the general plan and the community plans. I would look to see what kind of commitments were made by the county and by the developers. I would look to see what kind of, how the project, this one or any specific or any other one, would address the unmet needs in our community. And I would look to the people of those communities for some guidance. And then I'd also like to know that because of the unique situation with Tasha's passing, I would also look to see what kind of policies or positions she had established when she was with us.
My time's up. Mahalo for your response. Thank you, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Okay, wait, before you guys start my time, I just want to do the disclaimer. We only got 3 minutes, so if I got what I need, I'm just going to cut you off, and I don't mean to.
Understood, and I'm sorry to the other members for lengthier answers.
Like Member Kama recommended you for her slot. Have you thought of who you might recommend to fill your slot on the MPO, or have you made a decision that you were not going to step down?
I'll take the second question first. So I have asked our federal regulators and the chair and vice chair of the policy board whether or not it'd be possible to stay. If appointed to this body, could I serve in both? And if not, would it be possible for me to come back? I was told no on both accounts. So if appointed to this body, I would resign from that. I have not given thought to who would replace me on the MPO or at the MPO. But I do know that the chair and vice chair of the board have been discussing it. And so, the decision rests with the policy board, and I would respect that it's theirs.
A recommendation then?
No.
Okay, and then, so you will be taking a significant pay cut?
Yes, I would.
Okay. The next question I had, one of the testifiers, Keola Whitaker, praised your independent judgment on the Charter Commission. But here, you said you'd like to be a steward of Member Kama's policies, positions she articulated, was that, what did she ask you on the Charter Commission, to steward the policies she articulated, or to be an independent judgment for community needs?
No, so on the Charter Commission, she trusted me and my...
For this, did she trust you and your...
I would like to think so. So the commitment I made to Councilmember Kama when I agreed to be available for this is that, if appointed, I would continue the work that she had started. I think she reached out because she trusted my general values and vision, and there was, enough similar alignment there. But it was me when I gave my response. I said that I would continue the work that she started.
What if she didn't articulate, and have you made any commitments if you win, or not win, but whatever gets elected?
No, that's all I've committed to doing. So if she has not taken a position for herself, then I would feel more liberated to either vote my district or vote my conscience.
So you didn't make any commitments if you get selected as to who you would hire or anything?
No, but I would like to keep the current staff, given that my goal is to continue the work that she started. It'd be really helpful for me to have the people that she leaned on when she started that work.
Rather than your own independent judgment?
Yes. So I guess I would say that they are somewhat aligned. But yes, I would like to keep the current staff.
Thank you. That was my time, yeah.
Yeah, that's your time. And then Vice Chair Sugimura, you'll be the last one before lunch,
Okay, very good.
okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much for putting yourself and your family out to this scrutiny and position. Based upon the experiences that you have and listening to the testifiers, I want to say that it sounds like you had a big role in terms of the wildfire of 2023, in terms of healing of the behaviors or what was happening in the community, especially from what Lori Lay said. So can you talk about that in terms of the health and social service aspect, what you brought in terms of policy and planning, because I think that's what we're talking about, and how you reach the community?
Thank you for that question. So in recovery work, the county adopted what's called the National Disaster Recovery Framework, which basically means that the federal government, the state government, and the county government all created parallel organizations so that we'd be able to coordinate with each other pretty seamlessly. Health and social services fell into this weird area because we didn't have a natural lead, given that there's no local Department of Health and no local Department of Education. So I was asked to be a coordinator along with Chris Kish from the Department of then Housing and Human Concerns. Given my past working with the feds and with the state and the county to align resources, they thought I'd be able to help. I'd be able to navigate, the challenges there. So we brought everybody together and we tried to figure out what are the unmet needs, what are possible solutions given the makeup, of our different organizations, and then how can we bring those to light? I have to say, I did coordinating work, but most of the heavy lifting was done by our partners, the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, the State Department of Health, the county, or the State Department of Human Services, and the County Department of Housing and Human Concerns. They were responsible for all of the execution. I just organized the meetings in which we would all come together, figure out who was going to do what, how are we going to provide resources so that they'd be able to do those projects or programs, and then making sure that we are able to communicate that to the public.
Okay, very good. I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to ask a question for Gabe Johnson. What are we going to do about the Lanai Ferry once you leave the MPO?
Okay. Well, I asked Kaunua Batangan that same question. I'm afraid not only do we give them a raise, but there's also work to be done that needs to be done on there. Now, then I ran to the mayor and I said, Mayor, you know, what, they said, the show will go on. How's that?
He's answering your question.
Sure.
No, I asked actually here on behalf of,
Okay.
the question that you
All
would
right,
be asking.
I was like, why am I getting
Kaunoi.
drilled here? Like me to-
Sorry.
They think they're, you know, they're going to be selected, but
So,
he's up for a nomination. But can you give a short answer?
so we already programmed the ferry on the long-range plan and the transportation improvement program. The line items already exist for funding. So as soon as the County Department of Transportation finishes the environmental assessment, it'll be eligible for federal funding, and the policy board can then choose to allocate money. But everything's already queued up.
Thank you in behalf of the community and Member Johnson.
Okay, members, we're now going to take a break until 2:30.
Okay.
So, and we will continue, then you'll have your second round, okay? Meeting in recess. Will the special council meeting of November 20th, 2025, please reconvene? Ms. Clerk, was the last person Vice Chair Sugimura, or did she have more time?
Nope.
You're
Vice
done.
Chair was done. So we're on to you, Chair.
I don't really have any burning questions at this time, so let's go on to Member Sinensi. Round two.
Thank you, Chair, for my second round opportunity. And mahalo, Mr. Kawanoi. Member Kama supported the charter amendment to create the East Maui Water Authority. And she also moved to amend the amendment to include a Department of Hawaiian Homeland's representative on the board. Should the county acquire and manage the East Maui irrigation system?
Thank you, Member Senensi, for the question. I don't know if I have enough information to answer that at the point. Like, I don't know what it would cost to acquire. I don't know what it would cost to maintain versus what it is we pay for it now. But that's how I would evaluate the question if it came up.
Okay, as you know, we created the East Maui Water Authority to take over the water leases of the Ko'olau Watershed Reserve.
Yes.
Okay, so it's okay. Thank you for that. My second question was, in public policy work as we do, balancing competing interests normally includes balancing competing interests. When considering environmental and cultural protections on housing development, how would you prioritize what takes precedence?
Thank you for that question as well. Yeah, that's a hard one. I expressed the vision, right? A thriving, sustainable island community where Aina and Kama'aina flourish together. So there is always tension whenever you're talking about conservation and development. I think you have to evaluate the projects as they come up, consider what kind of natural and cultural impacts are being proposed, look at how you may be able to mitigate some of those impacts. If not, what are you able to live with? And then evaluate that based on the trade-off of, the benefits of that development.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you have any top 2 biggest issues that you would like to work on should you be selected?
I'd primarily be focused on continuing the work that Councilmember had already established. So those would be the things that she took up in HLU.
You would want to continue to chair the HLU committee? Should you be?
Yeah, so I wouldn't be looking to rock the boat in terms of leadership or council committee chairmanships. The commitment was to continue her work, and that's a lot easier if the structure of the council remains as it was when she left it. And so, yes, I would like to step into the role that she had vacated.
Okay, and I'm not sure if that's the process that we followed from past precedents when we did lose a council member, but thank you for those answers. Thank you, Chair.
I see Member Uhajans just arrived, but Member Cook, are you ready?
So my second round of questions. You have an academic and practical training in public administrative policy and urban planning. How do you use that skill set to make the county processes simpler and more transparent for ordinary residents who are trying to build housing or start a small business?
Yeah, navigating the tension between simple and transparent has sometimes been difficult, but we want to do your best to balance the two. The way I've gone about it with the MPO is by having a clearly articulated process so that people know what to follow. And then making sure that you stick to what you say you're going to do, so that there's precedent set and people are able to plan accordingly. So if serving on the council, that's the same approach I would take. Make sure that there's clear expectations and everybody knows what process they would have to follow so that there's no surprises.
Thank you. My second question would be, what's your feeling on using technology to improve simplicity and transparency in our government? And from your experience on MPO and working in administration, do you feel that you could help facilitate that?
Thanks. So I am all for adopting technology when it's appropriate. All technology is a tool, and so we have to make sure that we're utilizing it in a way that's beneficial. At the MPO, one of the things that we're trying to do is procure a platform so that we can have an e-TIP, Electronic Transportation Improvement Program. Right now, we have a paper copy that needs to be updated anytime we want to change the way that we allocate federal investments to our transportation projects. That then needs to be transmitted into another format that complies with the way the state maintains their STIP, the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program. Having one platform that can seamlessly update all of the changes we make on Maui into the state's program would be a lot easier, save staff a lot of time. I think that would be an example of how we would look to utilize technology in a more efficient way.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for joining us after lunch, Mr. Batangan. Do you believe water is a public trust?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want to pivot now. The next question is in regards to your district. What are your biggest needs that Kahului has right now? What is your priority for your district?
This is one where I might deviate, or I don't know if it's deviate, because I don't know if Councilmember Kama had established positions on economic revitalization for Central Maui. But there are plans in the county for TOD development along the Wailuku-Kahului corridor. And I think there are opportunities to utilize the code or other policy tools to try to allow for that to happen. For example, like enterprise zones, tax credits, allowing for mixed residential commercial use. Those are the kind of things that I would look for the district specifically, so that we could increase housing, but also increase job opportunities and public transit.
Okay. If you were to take on this position, what would be your first action in office?
Get a sense from staff on where council member had left off on her priorities.
So what I'm hearing is that you would probably just pick up exactly where Councilmember Kama left off. Is that my understanding?
I think maybe after budget, I would start to feel a little bit more empowered to, venture into areas where she hadn't already established positions. But day one, it would be trying to figure out where she had left off.
Okay, I'm gonna pivot one more time. As you can tell, and as you know, sometimes the things we tackle are very contentious. Some people say potato, some people say potato, and all day long you can go back and forth. How does that weigh on you? How do you decide on which voice from the community do you listen to? Who holds water?
I don't think it's necessarily who holds water. The way I would approach it is which arguments resonate most, less so than who's making the argument.
Like that resonates most to yourself?
This would be a tricky one since it would be finishing an expiring term. It would have to be a balance of myself and with the council member.
Yourself and the,
Sorry, council member Kama.
okay, I see what you're saying. You're trying to balance all that. Okay, that's my time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Member Paulton?
Oh, I'll yield to Member Uu Hodgins as she just returned.
Let the record show that Member Uu Hodgins is now with us again. Ready for your questions?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Paulton. You are currently with MPO. One of the things I think Kahului faces, and if you were to move into this seat would be helpful, I'd assume, is some of the traffic congestion out in Kahului. So tell me how you would kind of help ease the traffic congestion in that area. And considering your partnerships with the state, how would that work best for your community?
Thank you for the question. So through the MPO, we look at transportation planning island-wide. The metropolitan area is the Wailuku Kahului area, but it doesn't really make sense to just focus on central Maui. I think creating networks of throughout the island so that people can move between where they live, where they work, or wherever else they need to go makes sense. So in terms of transportation planning, it's not just Kahului that I would focus on. It would be where the corridors. The Transportation Improvement Program and the Long Range Plan actually call out quite a few projects that would help ease transportation. And then I would also look to a study being conducted by MEMA. So they're trying to use AI to model natural disasters, like a hurricane should hit coming from this direction, a fire here, a tsunami there, an earthquake.
Genesis?
Yeah. I actually don't remember the name of the study. But looking at where, like, what traffic patterns would be given different natural disasters, where are the bottlenecks? Where do we need to invest? So in addition to the long-range transportation plan and the transportation improvement program, I would also look to see what other needs there are based on that study as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kama obviously left not only a big hole on these desks, but definitely in our hearts. And I know you're gonna, if selected, have to find a balance like anybody else who feels the shoes. For you in particular, I think it's even more heavy because she asked you specifically, but tell me about a balance that you're gonna have to strike between how she felt on things and where you may differ and how you are going to balance your decisions going forward if selected.
I think one of the areas where she and I have a little bit of philosophic difference is going to be in the budget. I am much more concerned with the county's level of debt than I think she was. And I have stronger opinions on when and how we should finance projects than I think she did. So there will be a little bit of a balance there, evaluating the type of line items that she had pushed for and my reservations for the overall level of debt for the county.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Member Paulton?
Thank you. Same disclaimer. You can start. Do you believe in climate change?
Yes, I do.
Sea level rise?
Yes, I do.
What are your expectations of a chair, whether it be council or committee?
That's a good question. That they respect the rights of the minority while still facilitating the will of the majority.
Do you have any expectation that they be fair?
That's a tricky one. Because fair is interpreted so differently amongst different people. Like, it's hard to give an answer.
And you can give an example of what your definition of fair is.
Actually, I would go back to the definition of like what I would look for from a chair or a vice chair, or council chair or committee chair, that they respect the rights of the minority. That's the key part of what I think would be fair. Even if you disagree, are we still able to move on? Yeah.
So if one item that a chair agreed with was sped up and another item that a chair disagreed with was stalled, what would you call that?
I think I'd have to look at why. Because chairs do have discretion at moving things forward within their committee or in the body. When I first got into politics, it was U.S. Congress. I worked, in the Senate, and
Okay, I
things
got your
stalled
answer.
all the
Can
time.
I move on?
Right? Oh, please.
For the budget coming up,
Yes.
how much are you in, like, the difference between administration and the legislative branch? Because you have worked so far in the administrative branch, right?
I'm sorry. I don't think I follow the question. What do you mean? How much am I in the administration or legislation? Or
Like, how much can you identify, I guess, with the administration versus the legislative? Because you have been in the administrative branch, right?
Yes.
Maybe forget the budget part. Just let's focus on the administrative versus the legislative branch. Like your differences in approach to the job.
So yes, I have worked in both in different legislatures on the federal and county level, and I worked on the administrative side on the federal, state, and county level. So I have some experience in both. I guess the difference I see the roles is the legislature set policy and control the purse, and then the executive branch executes on those policies.
So you don't have any policy coming out of the gate that you would like to champion?
No, I would primarily like to champion the policies that Councilmember Kama had started.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess with your prevailing theme has been one to collaborate and to work with. In a committee that is very important or has been very important to Member Kama, as we've been hearing over the past 2 days, as well as knowing what the committee that she chaired, which is Housing Land Use. And you said you were interested in continuing that. So do you see any kind of policy that you may push forward for Kahului, or maybe Maui in general, along that committee?
Title 19 update.
Agree. It's long overdue.
Agreed.
Okay, that's it. Let's do that. And with your experience with the MPO, which is very important because every time we have a housing project, transportation is a big part of, the big picture. So how can you, with your experience and really expertise with what you've done with MPO, help to move the housing projects faster? I don't know, you can make it faster, but be better based with your experience.
I think it'd be by reaching out to the department and seeing what are the legislative needs, holding up the, the projects that they're prioritizing. There has been a tendency at times for certain projects to move forward, and they're because circumstances allowed for them to. But I would focus on where are the legislative bottlenecks that are preventing more comprehensive proposals from coming forth, and that's what I would try to work with the department to see if we can unleash.
Agree. Thank you. I like that. Unleash.
Okay, Kano, I do have a question for you.
Yes, Chair.
Are you able to conduct yourself in a professional, respectful manner and take the high road when being criticized by or confronted by an unruly testifier or angry colleague? How would you handle that?
I would do my best to conduct myself with patience and with grace. It's what Councilmember Kama was known for, and that is a part of her legacy as well. So it's something that I would strive to emulate. I think it's also very brave and radical in this time of extreme partisanship. And I think that allows for people to disagree but still come together.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes our interview of Kaunoi Batangan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk.
Chair.
Yes.
Is it okay to just ask a blanket question to all of the members? Like, if they get selected, are they free? Like, coming up, like
Sure.
in January, we might be taking up South Maui Community Plan. The budget is April through whatever. Like, have they kind of cleared their calendar in anticipation, or they will, or is it going to be an issue for like all the candidates? Because that's kind of a important part of it.
You can ask that. Is there another blanket question so you can prepare? Okay, you want to ask him?
The budget schedule from working with member Sugimura. I was going to ask for the majority of January to just go through the South Maui Community Plan, and I assume that you know the hours and things from having been a staffer over here. Are you going to be able to make the work commitments? Because, I guess you have to quit your other job.
Yes, I can commit to being here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, the next applicant would be Carol Lee Kamekona.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kamikona. So whenever you're ready, you can start with sharing with us a little bit about yourself and why you applied for this job.
Alaha Awinala, Yako Kako, Chair Lee, council members, staff, and community. Ko'uino o Karoli Kamikona, Nohovau Ma Kahalui, No Laila. Mahalo for the opportunity to be here today. My sincerest condolences to the Ohana Kama. Although we may have had different views politically, our belief in Keokua, our identity as Kanaka, and our pilina to Aina expanded far beyond those differences. My approach to this work comes from Kuleana, lived experience, and commitment to our people and our Aina. I am from Kiokaha Homestead on Mokuoke'awe, with Ohana from Kalapana and Kohala. I was raised in Hawaii and later in the San Francisco Bay Area, and my journey from a single mother raising 7 keiki to a Navy veteran with more than 2 decades of service to community advocacy has shaped how I lead and who I serve. I come from a place of cultural practice, preservation, and protection. My work in this community has included the preservation and protection of iwi kupuna, advocacy for aloha aina, and service within numerous organizations dedicated to housing justice, cultural rights, and stewardship of the shoreline. Today, I stand here not just as a candidate, but as someone who has worked alongside community, who has listened, and who carries a responsibility to ensure that decisions made in this chamber reflect our people, our values, and our 7 generations ahead of us. For me, policy is not just governance, it is legacy. We must steward it with intention. For every role I have taken in military service, nonprofit leadership, cultural preservation, and housing advocacy has led me to this moment of service. My past roles have required navigating federal systems, Hawaiian cultural protocols, community conflict, and high-stakes decision-making. And that experience allows me to step into this role prepared, not having to learn on the job. I did not go to Stanford. I don't have the ABCs behind my name that higher education offers. I'm not young anymore and not in the prime of my life. But in saying that, I hope those are not the determining factors or standards for running for office or judging the character of a person. I have lived experience, and that to me is more valuable than being book smart. Mahalo.
Thank you. Member Sinansi.
Thank you, Chair, and mahalo, Ms. Kamekona, for being here this afternoon. Testifiers this morning spoke to your community work, and one in particular was your dedication to the protections of our Hawaiian inventories and iwi kupuna. Can you explain the protection of iwi kupuna and why is this so important to Native Hawaiians?
Mahalo for that question. Culturally speaking, our iwi kupuna, as some of the testifiers had mentioned, is the most precious and cherished treasures we have in our culture. Because if it was not for them, we would not be here. We need the past to learn from. We need the present to build upon so that the future is better. So to Kanaka, our iwi kupuna, comes our ike, our kupuna ike, and everything that we hold within our na'au. So mahalo for that question.
Mahalo, Ms. Kamekona. The second question is, you yourself have said that you've been homeless and had some challenges with the housing affordability issue. And your work continues not just within the community, but also in our county office. Where do you see, I guess we just received the Eco Northwest report. Where do you see changes that need to be done moving forward with addressing our houseless community?
So thank you for that question. Yes, last year, thank you to the FEMA leases, I faced eviction. I had to hunt and scour for affordable housing. My question is always, what is affordable? I could not find it. It took me 7 months to the very edge of when we had to vacate the current shelter we were in, or the current housing we were in. So my son and I faced houselessness straight on because we were concerned, was that going to be our next life? The Eco Northwest says that there needs to be collaboration and there needs to be networking with all the agencies that deal with our marginalized community. Everyone is in a silo. Our communities don't know who does what and where and how. The access to them is not available to them because they have to go, our residents have to go to the services. And I believe it should be the other way around because a lot of our residents, they don't have transportation, they don't have technology, sometimes they don't even have identification. So services should need to go to them. And I believe that the Eco Northwest did provide some good comments and suggestions. But again, we need the administration, the agencies, and us here in council to all work together collaboratively. So mahalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Member U'u Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being with us, Ms. Kamekona. Yesterday and today, in fact, there was the mental health summit at the MAC. Hopefully, I think you went, Member Sanensi, hopefully maybe Ms. Kamekona, you can go as well, because it's supposed to do exactly that. Break down the silos and everybody talk stories and see what they provide and where their gaps in services are. But, so I appreciate that comment. And I appreciated your opening statement when you were talking about stewardship of this shoreline. You had several testifiers support you today, which I can appreciate too. But as I understand, they are planning to move a large encampment to the beaches of Paia without the support of the community, without the support of the family that goes there on a regular basis. So can you tell me where you're gonna find your balance there? As I understand, you're a rule follower, me too, and the stewardship of the shoreline. How can we better help our people so that we're not impacting the shoreline, but getting our people help and not negatively impacting a community that has, and I'm talking about the Paia community right now, that has valid concerns?
So thank you for that question. And I understand your community has many concerns having to deal with the Holomua Road encampment.
That's not the one I'm talking about, but yeah.
So I do know because I have been there. I have worked with them. I have done cleanup with them. We have ate. We have sat down and talked stories. To me, they are not hampering anybody in the area. They are not close to the shoreline.
Yeah, that's
but
not
I
the
think
one I'm
the
talking
best
about.
thing, and I think you're asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, how do we address that situation?
There's that one, and from what I understand, they're planning a big move next week during the holiday when the county is going to have a long weekend.
I've not heard about that. I know we are doing a Thanksgiving dinner.
Okay.
But I've not heard of any movement.
Okay.
But maybe I think to answer your question with regards to how do we address it? Was that what you were asking?
Sure. And can you please tell me how you feel about that, if that's the case, and how that's going to impact our shoreline?
What I would say is I would like to work with the administration and follow through on what Council Members Senensi and Gay put forward with the RFA with Bill 111 and work to try and provide a place that our marginalized community can go to, can feel safe at, and not worry about trying to close their eyes and fall asleep and get stuff stolen from them.
I agree.
So I think if we were to look at some of the empty aina that is around, whether it be private or public or county, let's talk. Let's have that discussion and say, how can we put together a safe parking for our marginalized community?
I hear you on that. Thank you. And I don't disagree. We do need to have good outreach, which I'm hoping we can do. But I think there is some definite concerns. And maybe we can chat about this later. If you, maybe we
More
can.
than welcome.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you.
More than welcome.
Member Cook.
Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to serve and step into this position and for coming today. When you spoke deeply about, looking out, respecting and taking care of our people, who do you include in that in our county when you say our people?
Hanaho, koninau ke olu olu. Again, your question.
Maui has a wide variety of people, Hawaiians, Filipinos, Koreans, everybody, from the plantation era and current, plus people who have moved here and lived here for a long time. How do you rate the weight of being able to take care of people? I heard your introduction and it sounded very Hawaiian and very honorable, but I'm saying that there's a whole lot of people in the community who are not Hawaiian, who also need homes and also need jobs. So how do you see yourself as a council member representing everybody?
Most definitely. We're all people of Maui. We're all residents of Maui. We all are part of this aina. So this body represents every single constituent within the county. Yes, I am Kanaka. Maybe sometimes I might be a little bit prejudiced, kalamai, but no, this body is for every single person.
Thank you for that. My next question, will you be participating in the Pledge of Allegiance as a council member? How we start each meeting.
I will pay respect to the flag because it is only right. So yes, I would stand.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Kamekona. It's good to see you, and thank you for putting your name on the list to serve. I'm going to jump right into some questions. It might be a little bit different than previous, but it's probably because I know you. But I want to talk about budget. What's some of your priorities that you would consider in the upcoming budget? What is your thing that you really want to move forward this upcoming budget?
Local housing for local people. First and foremost, we need to work on building affordable housing for our residents, for our people, so they stay home. Too many have moved since the fires. There are over 700,000 Kanaka in the diaspora. We need them to come home. And we need those that are here able to stay.
Thank you. Can you tell me some of the needs in your district specifically? What do you think your community needs right now?
This is going to be a little hard, but let me just say it this way. I see a lot of empty storefronts, a lot of empty warehouses, and a lot of empty commercial spaces within the Kahului area. And I believe repurposing them, whether it be for residents, whether it be for commercial, I have a couple of ideas that I believe would be economic generators to help Kahului and to help Maui. And I would like to see some of those come to fruition.
Thank you. Working in this, on this floor, you follow, I'm sure you follow the budget quite every year. So I wanted to ask about our tax rates and the way we tier them. Do you have any suggestions, any opinions on property tax rates? Are they too high? Are they too low? Do you want to carve out? There's something that you want to speak on specifically our property tax rates?
First and foremost, I believe that our people, everybody that lives here, shouldn't have to accept or carry the burden of higher taxes. I would put that to where you have part-time residents who don't give back to the community, whose funds that they receive don't stay in our community and help build our economy. So I would say, yes, I do believe that non-owner occupied should be held at a higher standard tax-wise.
Thank you for that. No further questions, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Same disclaimer. You heard it before, right?
No.
Okay, I gotta say the disclaimer. We only have 3 minutes, so if I get that answer and I need to move on to the next question, I'm gonna just cut you off. Okay. Okay. Ready, set, go. Okay. So first question, what are your expectations of a chair, whether it be the council or a committee?
Someone who has the leadership and is fair.
And what is your definition of fair?
Listening, hearing all sides, and not coming in judgmental or a preconceived notion.
Okay. If you were to be selected, would you choose HLU or would you like to reorg?
Would I like to see a reorganization?
Or would you just choose the HLU committee? And
I would love to do the HLU committee. Are you kidding? That's what I advocate for, is housing. But if it is the desire of this body, yes, then reorganize. I'm just a little pawn here if I do get appointed. So I'll go with the body and the majority.
Okay. Next question. Do you believe in climate change?
Hanaho?
Do you believe in climate change?
Oh, yes.
Sea level rise?
Yes. I see it all the time going back and forth. Mile marker 13, 14.
So, do you have any policies coming out of the gate that you would be introducing?
Coming out of HLU?
Any policy whatsoever. It doesn't have to be related to housing or climate change. Do you have anything like ready to go, legislation, ordinance, resolutions?
I've been in discussion with several people on things that I think we should really improve on. Yes.
What are those things?
One, I believe in deed restriction, higher deed restriction, because it helps build economic stability and it helps our people to be able to build some kind of wealth.
Okay.
What are you looking at?
The clock.
Okay. Sorry.
What, blanket question, have you cleared your schedule? You're able to commit to the upcoming year calendaring of full-time work? You would leave your current job?
My current job is being a mother. That's all I have, other than working with council members and NC, which, yes, most definitely, I'd have to give that up. But, yes,
So you
I'm
have
ready.
the full calendar?
No, I have an open calendar.
Open calendar?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as I asked the previous applicant, Kaunoi Batangan, this is regarding work with health and social services during the wildfire. So do you have any programs that you implemented or did for the 2023 wildfire victims?
That's a sore subject. Kalamai, and the reason I say that is because soon after the roads opened, it was hard to drive It was hard to drive those roads. But yes, I spent minimum 4 and 5 days a week going back and forth to Lahaina to support the hub for Na'aikani o Maui, which meant that I went around the island collecting supplies, collecting food, collecting clothes, having people from off island, from out of country, utilize my address to collect, and I would deliver.
Okay, thank you. So I have another question regarding what you said. I don't know who it was, but you talked about how you lost your home and working with FEMA.
I didn't lose my home. I was on the verge of losing it. In other words, I was evicted last year because of the FEMA leases, and I was given a certain amount of time that I had to vacate that home, and we came down to the very end before we had to
Okay, I'm sorry to
get
hear
out.
that. And the reason why I'm asking you this question, I don't mean to bring up something that's painful, that in your application, when it talks about your response, real property interests, if any kind in the state of Hawaii, and you put a RPT number, your name, as a home for home ownership. But you're saying you were renting?
I am a renter, yes.
But you never owned a home.
But, okay, so let me clarify. I think, are you asking about the property on the application that I possibly own? Is that what you're asking about?
It's what you said. So I
Yeah,
don't
there's a
know
real
of-
property, a TMK that's listed on my application.
Yes, you wrote a TMK.
Yeah, it is a TMK. What it is was when, and I think you guys remember, I was testifying one time when Councilmember King mentioned that I was a bit emotional because my mom had passed. My mom had Aina in Kalapana that was taken away by Tutu Pele. So that's the TMK that I listed on my application.
This is Big Island.
Correct. It has no value. It's volcano land.
Okay. Value of your interest, it has no answer. It's not, it's like an incomplete application.
No, it has no value. According to real property tax for Hawaii County, there's no value to it, so we don't pay taxes.
Because
It's
of-
volcano land.
that you own that has no value.
I personally have an interest in that along with a lot of other ohana. Yes, because it was, when it came from my great-grandmother, it went to my mom and her siblings. So therefore, it's getting passed on to all the
Oh, I see.
generations.
So you never lived here. You just listed it as, okay. No other questions?
Member Sinensi, second round.
Chair, you didn't have any questions?
I'm skipping mine.
Oh, okay, thank you. Just following up on Member Sugimura's line of questioning, under number 7 of the application, and I don't know if this was just a oversight, but there was no, you mentioned, or people have mentioned that you're a Navy veteran of this country, so you would have marked yes on under number 7?
That was my fault. Sorry. Kupuna maka.
Okay, so that would
Aole
be,
maka ani.
okay, oh, you didn't have your glasses then.
Aye.
Okay, so that would be all yes.
Aye.
And then, same question for Mr. Batangan. The next, I guess, kuleana for this council would be to vote on the mayor's Bill 9. What is your take on the short-term rentals being offline as proposed in Bill 9?
As the mayor proposed Bill 9, I'm in 100% in favor. I want it to be passed without any carve-outs, without any exemptions. Pass it clean. Because if you pass it in any other way, for me, it shows some kind of preferential treatment to whomever resides in the area that you're trying to carve out. So if you pass it clean, the STR owner wants to keep it a short-term rental, let them file. If they want to do long-term, let them file. If they want to sell, they have that option. So the onus will then be on the owner to do whatever with the property that they would want to, rather than this body or the mayor determining this and this is what's going to happen, like it or not. So I like it 100% the way it is. Thank you.
No carve-outs, you said. Okay. Thank you for that. And then the other question I asked Mr. Batangan was, the BLNR met last week on a contested case hearing, potentially for a 30-year lease to Mahi Pono. Are you supportive of the county acquiring and managing the East Maui irrigation system?
For the county to be in total control, 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Our public trust does not belong in a foreign entity. Kalamai.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Member U'u Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. In looking at your financial disclosure, I understand you're a veteran, but it doesn't say you receive any retirement from our military. Is that accurate?
I do have Social Security and I do have a little bit of retirement.
Okay.
Little, very little.
Okay, it's not listed here, but that would make sense that you should receive something after 22 years of service, as I understand, from our military, but it's not listed, you know.
Yeah, it's not.
I understand it's probably not worth listing, but probably we could have just ate it out.
I can modify my application accordingly.
Thank you.
Sure.
How do you deal with conflict, and importantly, how do you deal with conflict resolution?
In order to deal with conflict, you have to understand where it comes from. Not only the subject itself, but the entities that are involved. Because in that understanding, then you're able to determine how it needs to be diffused.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate all of your positions held on your answer for number 7, your separate spreadsheet. Are you still active members on all of those, or are those like all the previous things? Are you still active in all 9?
What's listed is what I am active in currently.
Wow. Okay, thank you. So if they do come up, then you're gonna have to recuse yourself if ever they come up?
I did seek Board of Ethics opinion on that, and Director Akataki, sorry.
Yeah.
She did say that if the appointment became approved, that we could sit down further and discuss.
Okay.
But I think for me, it would be best if I just did a clean cut.
Okay. Because 9, you're a busy lady. Good for you. That's a lot. Good. Okay. Do you plan on running for office in 2026? I understand that, but if you could please just confirm.
I have declared.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just making it super clear. Thank you. And how do you approach decision making? How do you find your balance in these tough decisions that we have to make when we have to balance fiscal responsibility with economic responsibilities, with our small businesses, with our people? How do you find your balance?
Taking away what I think is right and looking at what is going to benefit the whole. Because that's what this body should be concerned about, is the whole, not your own personal agenda.
I agree with that. Thank you. I think that's it for me. Thank you, Chair. We have, never mind. We had 2 seconds, Pao. No.
Member Cook.
Thank you. What do you see as the main obstacles to provide homes for our families, as far as, and what we could do legislatively on the council to mitigate that?
What prevents our people from getting housing? lack of housing stock at most, and prevailing wages. Our people are not getting what's commensurate with our local economy. And I think we as a body here have a little bit of purview over that maybe that's a discussion that could be had.
And so as far as prevailing wages being encouraging for business in general, I mean, I hear you, like people need to be paid well. And sometimes that is enabling businesses to actually do business so they can grow and they can pay people well. I guess my second question is, what are your thoughts about housing single-family residences versus in Kahului particularly, because we've rezoned Kahumanu Shopping Center and some of the other areas that are now deemed to be more like mid-rise, 9 stories is the maximum. What are your feelings regarding single-family residences versus that new, more urbanized housing?
Density is always good, dependent on where it is. And this is just my own personal opinion, but I don't believe many of our young families nowadays want that picket fence. They just want a roof over their head. And if it means being in a 6-story apartment building, they'll take it. Yeah, because it's anything that can provide shelter for their family. So I like the picket fence. I wish I had that growing up, but my parents didn't have the funding that allowed that. And again, I do not believe that a lot of our young right now would want that. They just want a house, something they can call home.
Yeah, the security of basically having a home.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. You know, we have to deal with so many different issues when we're council members. One of the ones that are most transformative to a lot of our policies has been the fires. So I'd like to hear your opinion or any type of ideas you have on making our communities more resilient. Do you have any suggestions or any policies that you support?
In relation to the fire and to help the rebuild, you betcha I do.
All right, I'm all ears.
I believe, and I think administration was trying to work on this as far as streamlining the permitting process. What I believe would work is if every single department that had a say-so in a permit, you put every single person in a room, give them the project, and say, yay or nay, give me what's good and what's bad. Then you have the project developer or whomever it is there. They're able to hear and see everything that needs to be done, rather than going through stages of each department and saying, okay, here's my project, yay or nay. Then it gets back, they gotta change it, then go back and get another approval, right? Back and forth, that's how it works all the way up the echelon. If you put them all together, and this is just commonsensical to me, I don't know if it'll work, but I think it helps to be able to get everybody in one room, sit them down, and tell me, yes, do you like my project? No, why? How can we change it? How can we make it better?
Okay, thank you for that response. One more different question, pivoting. You ran for office 3 times. I want to know that, or I recall you talking to so many people, going to door. I'm curious of what you learned during your time campaigning. How do you carry all the different push and pulls of our community, or what everybody, all the different needs that people want? What did you learn campaigning, going door to door, and how do you address all these different needs?
So I think it was brought up in one of the testifiers that I did run 3 unsuccessful campaigns. But I will say that in 2020, when I ran, I didn't expect anything because I was a nobody, so I didn't expect anybody to know who I was or vote for me, but that was just getting my name out there. In 2022, it became popularity versus name recognition. There was 7 on the ballot. In 24, the evidence showed that I had garnered over 22,000 votes, which meant that within those 6 years, I was in the community. I was listening to them. I was talking to them. And I was asking them, how do you see this community 5 years from now or 10 years from now? What do you want to see changed? And how do you want it changed? And I think it's evident in last year's election that I was able to talk to people and bring their voice forward, which is what I'm hoping to do, if approved.
Mahalo. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Member Paulton.
Same disclaimer. Ready? Go. What piece of critical feedback do you receive most often?
I'm too much of an auntie and too kind and too compassionate.
What is the most difficult lesson you have had to learn thus far?
Listening. Listening, not just hearing, listening.
What is the farthest out of your comfort zone you have been while on the job?
That's interesting you asked that, actually. What is the most difficult position I've been in while on any job?
The farthest out of your comfort zone.
Yeah. In the military, you have to do what you're told to do, whether you like it or not. And because I spent my good majority of my life there, I didn't have a choice. I had to do what I had to do, whether I liked it or not. So furthest out, yeah. That's the best way I can answer your question.
Can you walk us through a time when you had to adapt to a major change within any of the organizations or jobs that you have done?
Having to deal with, so the reason why I moved to Maui was because of TSA. I opened up the airport with TSA. The hardest part was having to deal with people who didn't understand why TSA came about. Yeah, they knew, because of 9/11, but actually how and why the things that they had to do had to be done. So I think just trying to navigate that and explain as best possible the federal guidelines.
Okay, I got one for our friend JC Law. What's your sign?
What's my sign? Leo. Would you believe the same day as Anake Tasha?
Oh, no way.
August 14th.
Okay,
She's 5 years older than me.
Last one. Which animal would you say that you are most like?
My dolphin. You're wrong.
And that's my time. Thank you.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. I guess one of the things that Kaunoi Batangan mentioned that he would look at it as a priority, and so did Member Kama, is Title IX. Can you say anything regarding that? Oh, I'm sorry, Title 19, not Bill 9. Title 19.
Zoning. Title 19. Total overhaul. Modernize it so we don't have to piecemeal every time a project comes through.
Okay. And in your testimony, you talked about economic generator. So can you talk about what that is to you in relationship to?
Am I going to have to give away my secrets? So one thing I was looking at, and I know this kind of piggybacks on what Mayor Charmaine Tavares had wanted, was to bring in a bowling alley. But where she wanted it, I didn't agree with the location. Where I would like to see it is at the old Borders, the old Sports Authority. Because if you put it there, you can have at least a minimum of 40 lanes. You can have a snack bar that does the hot dogs and hamburgers. You can have a arcade. You can have pinballs. You can have pool tables.
Thank you.
Dart
We're having
tables.
too much fun. Next question.
You asked.
All right. So, as it was stated, and as you know, that that you have asked to replace Member Kama in 3 different elections, and at the ballot box, the impact was no, and Member Kama maintained her seat. So, what gives you confidence now that you should be installed into this very seat? Voters repeatedly chose to choose her instead of you.
If you're looking at the next election, I would say the makeup of the voters versus the makeup of the council. Yes, Anna K. Tasha was very much loved for everything that she stood for. Again, as I had mentioned in my opening, we differ politically, but we agree totally as Kanaka. So housing is number 1, and I will fulfill that.
Maybe another bigger question is, what do you mean by the council? What was your statement that you said? The council will remain, but the voters will differ. The electorate will differ? What did you say?
What?
Sorry if I missed it.
That council is the council that was elected when she was elected. So council remains the same. What's going to change is whomever fills her position and what they bring to the table. And so that's what I'm saying. Council will stay. I'm just going to bring different things to the table. Or Kaunoi will bring different things. Or Uncle Leo will bring different things. It's that diversity that's going to come in that will hopefully work with this council, because that's what I'm looking for, is to work with everybody here for the betterment of our community.
Oh, another angle. Thank you.
What is your greatest strength and what is your greatest weakness?
Greatest strength, I would say my compassion, having a bleeding heart, which is also my weakness. Because sometimes a lot of people like to take advantage of that bleeding heart.
Not to the point where it would interfere in your judgment on important issues, right?
No.
Okay. I'm done with my questions. Okay, anybody else? Any final things? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Kamikona. And let's see, we have here members without objections. I'll defer these resolutions.
Wait, one more.
Thank you.
One more. Oh, I'm sorry. Leo, I'm so sorry. How can I ever forget my old friend?
Thank you, Carol Lee. Thank you.
Leo Koliko, please come down. This man used to work at KMVI when I was there.
Wow.
Yeah, when you were born.
Not even, huh?
And he also is at all the Bini at Ani events.
And more.
Good afternoon, Leo. Please feel free to start when you're ready on your introduction.
Good afternoon, Chairman Alice, Vice Chair Yuki, distinguished members of the County Council. First of all, I would like to, my wife and I would like to express our deepest sympathy and condolences to the family of the late Council Member Tasha Kama. I'm here today, and secondly, I would like to thank you very much, all of you, to take time in seeing me, hearing what I have to say, why I am aspiring to be a potential successor of the late Council Member Tasha Kama. My name is Virgilio Leo Agolico. I immigrated to Hawaii in 1967. From the time when I arrived in Hawaii, not too many jobs, but I dared to apply at Wailuku Sugar Company, and I was hired in the pest control department. But prior to that, basing on my educational background in banking and finance, I applied to some of the major banks, hopefully that my application would be considered. One of them was Central Pacific Bank. They replied to me after a few days that there was no opening for any kind of job. So again, let's go back. I went to Wailuku Sugar. I worked there for 6 months. Fortunately, the day I was laid off, I was sitting down in the couch, resting. What I'm going to do, I'm laid off. A telephone rang. It was Central Pacific Bank. The same day I was laid off. And they asked me if I was still interested to work for the bank based on my application. So I said, yes, sir. So coming Monday, let's review application and we'll start it from there. Fortunately, I was hired. After 1 year of CPB job, I was drafted. So again, that's another hurdle in my life. I was at the bank and then I was drafted. So in 1969, March of 1969, I fulfilled my military obligation. In that service, I was in the Army. I spent my basic training in Fort Ord, California at the time. And after 1 year in Fort Ord, my orders came, and it was Vietnam. One interesting that happened, after that basic training, I wasn't married yet. So I came back to Hawaii and married my wife. I was with her for 1 week. Then boom, Vietnam. That's part of my story. So to continue, when I was discharged in 1971, I went back to the bank and then hired me back. From that time, 1971, up to October 31st, 2013, I retired after 45 years of service to the bank. I'm doing a lot of community activities, not only in the Filipino community, but all over, wherever is needed. So I think with my 58 years of residency in Hawaii, especially in Maui, I think I know what is happening. I know what I can do. I watch Maui, the growth of Maui, including Kahului industrial area, Wailuku industrial area. We had only one shopping center. When I just got back from Vietnam, Queen Ka'ahuanu Center and Maui Mall were under construction. When I arrived in 1967, Maui Beach Hotel was under construction. So I think I have enough time, I had enough time in watching all the growth of Maui. You folks, members of the Maui County Council, you are doing a terrific job, but I would like to see a change of voices equalize so that we can deliver more to the people, to Maui County. I love Maui County.
Thank you, Leo. Does that conclude your introduction?
I have one more. One more that aside from Central Pacific Bank, as Council Chair Alice mentioned that I work with her at KMVI. Yes, I have a radio program until now, and that's going on for more than 50 years. Yeah, it's a community-oriented program. And I'm very thankful to Pacific Media Group because they're giving me the time to express and inform the people, not only the Filipino people, because in some other ethnic groups, I also have some listeners. So they always tell me when they see me, oh, are you the guy from the radio? Said, yes, that's me. So that's one more service that I'm rendering in the community, aside from the community services and the organizations that I'm involved in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Leo. Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Mr. Koliko.
Yes, sir.
For being here this afternoon to answer our questions. And you mentioned that you've seen Maui grow from all the way up from the 60s when you first arrived all the way to now. Can you explain or what are your two biggest issues or challenges you see Maui County facing, and how would you like to work to address them?
Well, actually, the things that I can see and facing the community at this time is, as far as the businesses, I see those businesses in these two major development, like Kahului Industrial Area and Wailuku Industrial Area. Some of those structures now are deteriorating. And also, it's good that we have the new, park close to the airport, Ponene side. And those are good that I see those things because I see some of this being deteriorating and they're moving to the new structures and new developments. So that's one thing that changed that I can see right now.
What do you, how do you feel about the new Punene Avenue expansion?
I think it's very good. I can see still a lot of traffic, but as soon as they finish, I think it will be good because I live in that area.
Yeah.
It will be good.
Okay, and then the next question would be on tourism. Should Maui County expand or reduce our tourism numbers?
I would like to see. Depends on how we take it as residents. I read in the news, all kinds of media that, sometimes there are no, aloha is now fading, but in the other side, revenue-wise, I think tourism is very important to our Maui County.
Mahalo, Mr. Akoliko. Thank you, Chair.
Member Hodgins.
Hello, Mr. Akaliko. How are you? Good to see you today. Thank you for being with us all day. I know it was a long day. Do you plan on running in 2026?
Well, that's a long set of question, but it depends on how this thing will go. I will consult with my family. How will
Got
it
it.
go?
That's a good answer. Thank you. How do you handle conflict and its conflict resolution?
I would neutralize myself as far as, so in other words, as far as the resolutions, and if I feel that a resolution is out of my range, I think I will dismiss myself for the particular resolution, and I leave it to the majority of the members, especially those who are in favor of that resolution. I may be against, I may be in favor, but to answer your question, I will dismiss myself in addressing that resolution.
Okay, thank you for that. Where do you find your balance? Again, as I asked earlier, in this job, we have to balance fiscal responsibility, the laws and our limitation of this government, environmental stewardship. Where do you find your balance in all the things that we have to do if you were selected for this job?
That is a very good question. It is hard to balance on this particular situation, but when it comes, it's up to you to balance where is it fitted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me see, where do you stand on affordable housing, Mr. Akoliko?
I'm in favor of affordable housing.
Good, I like that answer, short and sweet.
Because, a lot of students, they're going out of state, and they won't come back anymore. Mm-hmm. They only come back for vacation, but I would like for them to stay and pay their dues as a Maui resident. I would like affordable housing and to have a good job, and so that they can afford to live on Maui.
Thank you for that. I know you have grandchildren, so I'm assuming you would love to spend some time with them as well, and they would need to live here in order to do that.
Yeah, I have to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Cook.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Aligo.
Coligo.
Okay. My apologies. Thank you. When you worked at the bank, what was your position?
Well, I was all over. At one time, I was a manager. I was a corporate banking officer. I was a business banker. I was a financial services. I was in the mass market because at that time when I was manager, we had only one branch on Maui. That's Kahului branch at the Kahului Shopping Center.
Thank you. So are you familiar with like a non-warrantable loan, like a condominium? Well, I was just reading it, so I'm asking. When a condominium is under litigation, then it becomes a non-warrantable loan, which isn't qualified for conventional financing. One of my concerns with Bill 9, when there's litigation, if that's going to prevent people from being able to get mortgages to buy properties. Are you familiar with that?
I've been looking at Bill 9 from time to time, especially when I received that flyer from the county about that Bill 9. But I'm still not decided, or well, I didn't have, business to decide. But reading at it, I'm doing my analysis also. Although from the very beginning, when the things came out, I wasn't really interested until this time. So I defer my position to that to answer that question.
No problem. Thank you, sir. How do you feel about Kahului growing? Do you think that it has a lot of room for growth? Is it?
depends what we are looking for. I think there is. We still have some open fields, and I think whatever you want to use it, of course, the fields of Hawaiian Commercial Company is being used by Maipono and some other parcels being worked on by private farmers, which is good because we want to patronize the local farmers in order for us to not to buy other kind of things, especially vegetables from other places. So I think there is still room. It depends on how you acquire those land for the people, whether it's a lease or buy.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Akoliko, for putting your name forward. I know it's tough, but I really thank you for doing this. This is important work that you're here before us for. You know, I'm sorry, I didn't recall your tenant's name. She's in the audience, but I think her testimony was very powerful. You're her landlord, is that correct?
Thank you.
So
Yes.
there's other landlords that could maybe learn the lesson that you seem to have because obviously your tenant supports you. How do we help keep our places for rent affordable? And what's the secret sauce that you have your tenant come out here and give you that kind of support?
Well, I thanks my sincere appreciation to my tenant. And I think she did give a special message. And I had only one testifier, which is good to make the conversation shorter. But, I think she's a good tenant, and I really appreciate her presence here today.
So
she took off from work anyway.
There's plenty of landlords out there that are charging too high rents, right? The rents are too high. What do you suggest if you were a council member? Is there laws or policies you think you could address?
There should be a ceiling,
Okay.
Charging high rent, like, for example, the tenants gotta eat too. They have utilities to pay, they have children to support. They send this school to the children. So, you cannot really charge that high.
Right. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
If you think should be a ceiling. Thank you for that. I'm going to ask for a different question now. What do you think Kaho'olui's district is the most important need right now? What is their main need? What is it that your community needs right now?
Kaho'olui district. Well, we have the Maui Lani, part of Kaho'olui. We have the old increments. We have to fix the roads, especially in the older increment. Oh, it's really bumpy. So those things has to be fixed. And I think even our sewer, some of them are overflowing, and some of the streets, even a little rain, it's flooded.
So it's infrastructure then?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm on limited time, but I want to ask one last question. So right now, a new study came out about food insecurity and food security. It turns out that across the state, Filipinos are the highest at 47% food insecure. That means they're skipping meals, they can't afford the groceries. What do you think we should be doing about that as council members?
Oh, we should give them assistance just like any other ethnic group, After all, they're by paying taxes and pay their obligations to the county, so they should be treated the same as the other ethnic groups.
Do you have any suggestions on what kind of policies we could do? Just funding food banks, or what do you think would work?
Well, funding, food bank, I think it helps, those things. If we can think of other more in the future, it would be good.
Yeah.
But for me, right now, those things help.
Okay.
Special funding,
Sure.
food bank.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Before they start the clock, I just want to say we only have 3 minutes in 2 rounds. So if I get the answer I need, I'm going to cut you off and ask another question, and I don't mean to be rude. Okay, you can start. So I just wanted to circle back to a question that member Uu Hodgins, like how do you deal with conflict and how do you vote? The reason why I think the charter says we have to fill this in 30 days is because with only 8 people, there could be no majority. It could be 4-4. And if you're on the floor, you have to vote. You cannot defer or not vote. The only way you not vote is don't be here. And I know you're going to show up for work, right? So then how would you make the decision? Like, what are your guiding values on how to make a controversial decision?
Oh, in that particular situation, I think we should, all the council members, whether 4, 9, we should put our heads together and talk, compromise. Because if we keep on deferring for that side, for this side, and Leo is not neutral, we're not going any place.
So keep talking until you know what to do?
Yes.
Okay. And then what are your expectations of a chair, whether it's the council or a committee? What do you expect out of a chair?
As a chair, the chair is the moderator, facilitator. But in a certain committee, for example, if I want to participate in the deliberation, of course you have a chair, you have a vice chair. If you want to participate, if the chair wanted to participate in the deliberation, he or she should dismiss herself, give it to the vice chair or next in line so that she can sell her proposals to be heard by the whole committee. And from that time, the report that has been generated, that transpired in the meeting, the facilitator would put it together and submit it to the higher scale of the organization.
Okay, what would you do if you were asked to solve a problem that cost $5,000, but you were only given $1,000?
Say again?
If you were asked to solve a problem that costs $5,000, but you were only given $1,000 to solve the problem?
Oh, I should go back to the budget committee if they can give some more. Yeah.
This is who you ask. Thank you.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. Leo, I have to tell you, when I saw your name appear, I was like, and I saw him, by the way, because you're a veteran. I saw you at the Veterans Service. Mm-hmm. And, miracles. I always think of miracles, right? I told myself, okay, I got to go and talk to Leo, And we walked right into each other with umbrellas. It was raining. And I said, oh, I really want to talk to you one day, right? So this is I want to talk to you past this meeting, but I want the community to know that this is a gentleman that I respect greatly. So when I saw his name appear, I said, oh my God, I got to get to know you better. I didn't know you were a veteran. I have the greatest respect for you as a veteran, greatest respect for veterans with all my work with Senator Inoue, Senator Akaka, and Hirono. And veterans were the group of people that I helped the most. And I understand the plight because my brother was a veteran. So I want to thank you in public. I didn't realize that until I saw it here, although I always see you at the ceremonies, right? You are my bank. And I have used CPB.
CPB is a good bank.
Very good bank. So thanks again, right? As our lives intersect. But the Filipino community, which is why I know you, And many of us have attended many of the scholarship awards or different ceremonies that you recognize those leaders in the community. And I want to say that I see what you have done, a lot like the Japanese when we were climbing and we were trying and struggling. We all pulled together and we did a lot. I like that. How can you bring this that your community does to the county to make us a stronger community?
Transparency.
Okay, wow, one word, okay. And work hard is what I see. Amazing, just an amazing community. I asked the other candidates, I think the second one I asked the question too narrow, but if you were to take the seat, what kind of county program would you, or administration program would you like to do if you sat in that seat?
You know, I should have included in my opening statement that I'm a new in politics. I have no experience in politics. I never did run for office before. The only thing that I was involved in the county was when I was appointed by the late Mayor Hannibal Tavares to sit in the Real Property Tax Board of Review. I served in that committee, that particular assignment for 5 years, and that's the only county-related activity that I was involved with.
And I will tell you, that's a very important one because that's a big part of our financial base, real property tax. So what you heard from that commission were the concerns of that. And that still is today, a viable commission. And I would be interested to know what you learned then and how you can help us now.
So I did learn a lot of things during my tenure as a member of that committee. I see these rich landowners, the hotels, they file their complaint or they file their thing on the deadline. So we almost have no time to study the things that they were presenting. So, well, anyway, they are not entitled to those petitions that we're fighting for. So we end up assigning to the court to establish or to make the decision. We cannot decide because they bring a couple of lawyers with big books. How can you read the big books in 1 day or 2 days to study what they have in the books? So those are the things that I learned, but I have a lot of aloha to all those who were members of the Board of Review at the time. All of them passed away already. Yeah, all of them, because they were way older. I'm old, but they were way older than me. So, but we did our share in serving in that particular agency.
Very important commission. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Second round, you want to raise your hands if you have a member, Sinansi.
Thank you, Chair. For my second round opportunity, Mr. Agpuliko, we see many homeless people in Kahului in certain areas. What is your ideas about addressing the homelessness problem?
I really, I feel bad because there are lots of homeless, especially bad weather, and they're there on the street. They need to have a shelter, no matter where they come from. I know that most of the people, this is what I heard now, I know that most of them are not from Maui, but that's besides the point. They are human beings like us. They need shelter. They need a little support. So if we have a place for them to keep themselves sheltered at night, especially at night, and especially bad weather. That should be good. But as far as the solution, I don't know. I don't have any solution except my sympathy for that kind of situation. I hope we can formalize something that will help them.
That would be a great start. Thank you for that. And then lastly, if you had any advice for the younger generation of affordability, it's everything is getting expensive. It's hard to purchase a home on Maui. What kind of advice would you give to the next generation?
I think if they're given the opportunity to buy a home, I know that some young people, they wanted to be independent. I want to go on my own. So, but if there's any choice, there's no choice. They should ask assistance from their parents, and they can repay them later on. But I don't know the generation now. They go to the mainland, as I've said, go to school. After the schooling is done, they won't come back. But with the assistance of their parents, maybe it's workable for them and to have an affordable housing. But the question about affordable housing now, this is one of my concerns too. I know we have some development here, affordable. It's treated as affordable. They're given so many years, 10 years, and then the value is not there yet. But when the classification is being lifted, they end up selling the property. So that's one more that is really bothering me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Member Hudgens.
Thank you, Chair. If you could describe your perfect vision of Maui County, what does that look like for you?
Oh, Maui County. Maui Council or Maui County?
Well, we go Maui County.
Maui County.
Yeah.
Maui County is one of the best, if not the best island in the entire world.
Agreed. So if you could dream of it being perfect, do you think it's perfect now, or what would you like to see change so that we could achieve some sort of hypothetical utopia?
Well, I don't have any good answer, not good, but perfect answer to that. But it can be, as we go along, it can be worked on, or that's answer your questions.
Yeah, thank you. I really just wanted to thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any further questions, but very big mahalo.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. My questions have been answered.
Member Paulton.
If you could chair any committee that we have, which committee would it be?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. As I mentioned earlier, I don't have any background, even in the county council. I just follow up things when it's getting hot. But you cannot really do much on that. But I can be...
versatile.
Yes, I can be being a...
So, and then you have clear schedule for the next year. You're available to come to all the meetings. You know, since you don't follow all the time, I need to tell you, her have kept us till midnight sometimes. So just saying you're available to do the job.
Yeah, I know. I read it in the paper from time to time, especially Yoki, text them, email their email left and right. But your meetings is up country. You know, it's too far for me. No, I think I am available.
So you're still in?
Yes.
Okay. And then it's one for JC. What is your astrological sign?
Scorpio. Yeah.
And what animal do you most identify with?
Dog. I have a
Great
dog, that's why.
answers.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Agcoliko.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
I have the greatest respect for you. I have really no more questions. Again, I want to thank you for putting yourself out there, and I look forward to talking to you. I have your cell number. I'm going to call you. Let's have lunch one day.
But thank you so much. But before I go, I would like to mention also that in the county council, Mr. Medina was in radio, Alice Lee, Mike Molina.
Molina.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 4 of us. Yeah.
No, well,
Medina, Mike.
Rachel, what's his name?
I come in live and direct from my house.
Yeah. So.
Kelly E. Rachel.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was running the Hawaiian show too. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, it's been a pleasure to see you again and hear your answers to the questions. On behalf of all the council members, I want to thank all the people that have come. Carolee Kamikona, Kaunoi Batangan, Leo Koliko. Appreciate you applying for the job, and the best of luck to all of you. Now, members, without objection, I'll defer these resolutions and recess this meeting to 9 a.m. Tuesday, November 25th.
No objections.
Oh, thank you.
At evening.